Please all stand. Coroners Court is now sitting.
Good morning. Take appearances.
May I please, Your Honour, I appear with my learned friend Mr Harker, assisting Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr Castleton. And that.
Your Honour, the appearances remain the same for us.
Yes.
Mr Free with Mr Newton and Ms Woodland for the RFS, National Parks and the Forestry Corporation.
Thank you, Mr Free. I think the other appearances... Is anyone else appearing on the screen?
Don't believe so, Your Honour.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mr Castleton.
Thank you, Your Honour. This is Your Honour's Stage 2 hearing in relation to communications and emergency warnings, with that particular focus on the Kangawalla fire at Die Hard. Your Honour, in the morning of 8 November 2019, the Kangawalla fire in the Glen NSW local government area was on patrol status. It had been contained for a number of days, and the New South Wales Rural Fire Service anticipated no control issues. In the afternoon of that day, that is 8 November 2019, there were wind gusts of up to 83 kilometres per hour. Aircraft were grounded and the Kangawalla fire breached containment lines. It spread quickly to the east into the Man River Nature Reserve and tore through the remote, tight-knit community of Waitalaba. More than half of the homes in that community were destroyed, including the primary school which burned to the ground. Tragically, as Your Honour knows, George Knoll and Vivian Chaplin lost their lives. The focus of Your Honour's inquiry today and on Friday will be on the adequacy of New South Wales Rural Fire Service communications and emergency warning systems, having regard to the events in Waitalaba on the 8th of November 2019. Your Honour's inquiry will consider four primary issues. First, the process for issuing emergency alerts, including the process for deciding when a telephone-based emergency alert is issued, the process for defining the geographic reach of an emergency alert, the additional steps required for areas with poor mobile reception, black spots and/or where there is no telecommunication coverage. Second, the adequacy of the RFS communications and emergency warning systems on 8 November 2019 in respect of the Kangawalla fire and its likely impact on the community of Waitalaba. Third, the adequacy of RFS communications systems between ground crews in the field, including with respect to black spot areas and/or network failures, and contingency planning for operational continuity. And fourth and finally, the adequacy of RFS communications systems between ground crews and fire control centres or other operational command areas, including with respect to black spot areas and/or network failures and contingency planning for operational continuity. Coming, if I may, Your Honour, to the lead-up to the 8th of November 2019. In March of this year, Your Honour heard evidence that the Kangawalla fire likely ignited on or around the 26th of October 2019 due to a lightning strike to a tree in Shannon Vale in bushland north of the Man River and south of Skeleton Creek Road. Between the 2nd and the 7th of November 2019, the fire was contained. It was mapped as only progressing short distances or not at all. And Your Honour will see shortly on the screen a fire progression map for 2 November 2019 and also 7 November 2019 that shows the extent of that progression between those two time periods. That's the map for 2 November 2019. And then 5 days later, Your Honour will see the progression map for 7 November 2019. In the afternoon of 7 November 2019, the Bureau of Meteorology released an incident weather forecast for the Glen Innes complex of fires, which included Kangawalla. The forecast showed for the afternoon of 8 November 2019 temperatures of up to 30 degrees, a negative dew point, relative humidity into the single digits, west-norwesterly winds of 40 to 45 kilometres per hour, with wind gusts up to 60 kilometres per hour, and a continuous Haynes index of 12 to 13. The safety briefing notes issued by the IMT recorded 8 November 2019 as a potential blow-up day. The court, however, will hear that no public liaison plan nor emergency warning was prepared for the Waitalaba community before the afternoon of 8 November 2019. Coming to the first signs that the fire had broken its containment line. Kim Jeremy, captain of the Waitalaba Rural Fire Brigade, describes the conditions on 8 November 2019 as scary. The temperature was high with strong winds and low humidity. The dew point was about 6, which is the lowest I have ever seen it. The first record of the Kangawalla fire breaking containment lines in those conditions was at 3:15 p.m. on 8 November 2019. At that time, Grant Donnelly of the Bald Knob RFS Brigade telephoned the Glen Ennis Fire Control Centre. Mr Donnelly stated that the Kangawalla fire was potentially threatening Waitalaba. And I'll just play now, Your Honour, that recording of the call between Mr Donnelly and the Incident Control Centre at 3:15 p.m.
Yeah, g'day, it's Grant Donnelly at Bald Knob. Just wondering if I talk to whoever's looking after the Kangawalla fire.
Kangawalla fire, okay.
Broken out again on us.
Okay.
I don't know whether words got through yet, but yeah, someone is.
No, I haven't heard Kangawalla being mentioned yet.
Yeah, well,
I'm just writing down what you're saying, and
Yep.
I'll get on to whoever. So it's
Yep.
broken out.
yeah, it's heading east. It's more than likely in the Man River Nature Reserve by now.
Possibly in, what was the name?
Man River Nature Reserve.
Man River Nature Reserve.
And heading towards the Old Grafton Road.
Heading to Old Grafton Road.
Yeah, now our brigade is there trying to block it from burning more of the open country, but that's all they can do at the moment.
Which brigade are you, Grant? Sorry?
Bald Knob?
Bald Knob.
Yep.
You're on scene, are you?
I'm not, but my my
No, I meant
brigade.
Bald Knob. Yeah. Bald Knob on scene. Direct attacking.
No, not direct attacking. They're just working with a dozer, trying to limit it to the south of trying to create a break to limit it to the south. Basically, push it into the nature reserve. But that's all they can do.
With dozer in open area.
Yep.
To the south.
Trying to put a break east-west along that. Yeah.
Putting in an east-west break.
Yep. I haven't got any more information, but I've got a couple of fellows going over there now, but that's all I know.
Thank you.
But a fair bit of smoke going up there. I don't know. Have you got anyone who's there's probably no crews available anyway, but...
Who would I call if you needed somebody?
Well, I think we might have to, Waitalaba might have to look at some strategies there off the Old Grafton Road, but the wind's got to drop. I mean, it's potentially threatening Waitalaba, so...
Okay.
Yep.
So in the future, possibly the community, you mean? Yep.
Yeah, down there on the river.
Yep. Okay. All right,
I don't
get
know
onto it.
who you've got there, but you should be able to get me on the mobile. Someone was just trying to ring me then. It might be someone there, but...
Could I have your mobile?
Yep.
Okay, I'll alert them to it.
Yep,
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye.
Your Honour, perhaps I should ask for a non-publication order in respect of that last part of the
Yes.
recording which
Publication.
disclosed Mr Donnelly's telephone number.
Yes, I make a non-publication order over Mr Donnelly's telephone number.
Your Honour, a further 2 calls were received about the fire over the next 25 minutes. That is from about 3:15pm. At 3:26pm, a call was received from RFS member James Gresham, and I'll play that recording now.
Scott speaking.
G'day, Scott. How's it going? James Gresham here.
Good, mate. Good.
Yeah, are you keeping you busy?
Yeah.
Just a little.
All right. Mate, I answered it that way because every time I hang up, the dispatch keeps ringing, so I just, Scotty.
Yeah,
Scotty.
Yeah, no dramas. No
All
worries.
good.
Yeah,
What's
look,
going
mate, I
on?
just got a call from a neighbour.
Yep.
Just get in your head, Glen Elgin Road meets the highway, okay?
Oh, yes, yep.
Yeah, all right. And then there's the old Grafton Road, turns off to the right and heads
Yep.
down the mountain. That property there, Phil Dawson's place, just got word that there seems to be smoke billowing up from behind that property. That would be over the edge of the escarpment, down back into the valley again, sort of up, probably upstream from Waitalaba.
Yeah, okay.
I don't have, it's on a yellow jacket map, and I don't have a yellow jacket map. I'll give you a grid reference. But
Yep.
You know,
No, I'm
is
just
that-
looking at the map now.
yeah,
So,
is there actual known activity down there, or is it something new?
no, there is activity at Kangawalla,
Mm-hmm.
but it wouldn't be enough. I don't think it'd be enough to
You noticed it?
worry. Yeah, not from there. I'm just looking at the map, and there's nothing down at Old Grafton Road. So yeah,
Yeah.
there's no known fire activity there.
Okay, shit, okay.
Yeah.
Can you just see if you can get a helicopter to whip over there and check it out? Because I can't
Yeah,
drive, mate.
they're all the aircraft are grounded.
With
due
the
to
wind.
Yeah.
Pussies. This is okay, whatever. I mean, my helicopters are flying a lot worse wind than
Yeah.
anything else will.
I'll ask the question. I'll go and ask the question, but yeah. So we've got nothing there at the moment anyway. But I'll ask if there can be somebody go and have a look.
Yeah, right. I'm 30 kilometres away at the moment, so if someone's
Yep.
nearby, that'd be good.
All right.
Yeah. Give us the yellow from you, Scott.
No worries at all.
Good. Thanks, mate.
Thanks,
Bye.
mate. Bye.
A further call, Your Honour, was received at 3:39pm, in which the content of an earlier call appears to be relayed to the incident management team. Play that now. Your Honour.
RFS Melbourne Channel, Belinda speaking. How may I help you?
Yes, hi. A new fire on Tommy's Rock Trail, which comes off the main road there, Grafton Road. Apparently, it's halfway up to Tommy's Rock Lookout. It's in the Man River Nature Reserve.
All right. And
It's a new fire. He said it started from an ember from a nearby fire. You've got a nearby fire which has an incident number of 196656.
Yeah, what's
But this is a separate fire. Sorry?
Yeah. What's this one incident number?
The incident number?
Yeah.
197319
Is there a callback number on that one at all?
is from a...
Stop that. Thank you. I'll move on. Otherwise, I'll be asked for non-publications all this all morning, Your Honour. To help situate, Your Honour, I now have displayed a satellite image which will show some icons which identify Tommy's Rock Lookout, which is, Your Honour, just heard a moment ago referred to in that last call. And it may be we need to zoom in. Now, Your Honour can't see it now, but Glen Ennis is in the far left of the image. And Glen Ennis is about 48 kilometres or about a 45-minute drive from Waitalaba, which sits to the east of Glen Innes. Then, Your Honour, I'll just zoom in. We'll see Tommy's Rock Lookout, which is the blue icon. And as I said, was referred to in that second call. It's also east of Glen Innes. And then, Your Honour, we'll see the red marker, which is the Waitalba Public School, which is slightly northeast of Tommy's Rock. And I'll just have displayed now an area of Waitalba if we're able to zoom in on that. Your Honour, we'll see what appears to be a road immediately beneath the word Die Hard. That continues generally to the south before turning sharply to the east. That is the old Grafton Road, to which, Your Honour, we'll hear some evidence about, I apprehend, today and perhaps on Friday. And then I'll just have displayed a further map of Waitalba. Oh, and just before we move to that, I might just show you, Your Honour, if we can have that brought back, I might just show you on Browns Road, which also features in some of the evidence, I apprehend. And that was referred to by Mr. Donnelly in his call. If we could just zoom out, just so Her Honour can get a perspective of where Browns Road is relative to Tommy's Lookout and Waitalba. Thank you. The next map is a map, Your Honour, that comes from the brief relating to the inquest into the death of Vivian Chaplin. It's found at page 137, and it's a map of the Waitalba community. And if we're able to, again, magnify that, as I understand it, the individual red dots reflect individual properties within that tight-knit remote community of Waitalba. And there was in the order of 100 residences as at November 2019, of which more than 40 were destroyed or damaged. And then I'll just have one further audio recording played, Your Honour, and it's an important one, and it's one that was recorded at 3:53 p.m. It's a call between Kim Jermy, who was the captain of the Waitalba RFS Brigade, who made a call to the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre. At 3:53 p.m, Your Honour, on the 8th of November.
Elaine speaking.
Hello, Elaine, is it?
Yeah.
It's Kim Jeremy from Waitalba. We've got a big problem down here. We've got a fire below Tommy's Rock in the West End paddock heading for Waitalba. We need all the help we can get.
Yep. Okay.
We're rounding up crews now to go and have a look at it and start assessing it. But it's there's a fire line from the river up towards Tommy's Rock.
Yeah, would that be the Kangawalla fire? Because we did
No,
it's
not the Kangawalla fire. This is like only a kilometre from Waitalba.
Only a kilometre from Waitalba?
Yeah, maybe 3. I've just got like one of my crew leaders here has just gone up and had a look at it.
Would that be the Man River Nature Reserve?
Yes, and the Man River Nature Reserve.
Okay, so I've had intel that the Kangawalla has possibly lost the Man River Nature Reserve heading into the old Grafton Road, Bald Knob. Bald Knob are on scene. And they're
this is down in the valley, like on the Tommy's Rock actual, where there's a fire trail on Tommy's Rock in the nature reserve. It's on the south side of the river heading towards us.
Tommy's Rock, south side of the river.
Yeah.
This is Waitalabar?
Yeah, this is Ken Jeremy from Waitalabar, yep.
Do you know where the
sorry, I'm just speaking to Scott.
Yep.
on the Mount Mitchell camping reserve?
Actually, I might put him on because he knows the area a little bit better than me. Hang on a sec.
Yep, no worries, thank you.
Thank you.
Scott speaking. Hey Scott, we've got a fire coming along the side of the river from Tommy's Rock down to the river. It's about 3 k's upriver from us now. Yep. Yeah. So we're getting whatever crews we can get together now. We're all meeting at the shed. And
well, so do you think that it's? I'm just moving my map around here. So is that coming from the Kangawalla?
No,
right,
it's not Kangawalla. It's much closer.
Righto.
It's broken. It looks like it's. Hey, Scott, it's dry here, Andrew.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, I just went to the oval next to the school, and it looks like it has spotted from Kangawalla, but it's come down river.
Yeah, righto. Okay, mate.
And you know where the camping reserve is down here?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You know exactly where that is on the tower. The camping man with the camping.
Yeah.
Camping ground. Well, it's on the southern side of the river there, about 1.5 k's up the hill. I can see the flames, and it's spotting in front of itself by about 500 metres every couple of minutes.
Yeah, righto. No worries.
It's going to hit the western road of Waitalabar within the hour or two. So we need some more for asset protection if we could do that, please.
Yeah, mate. I've paged 9 brigades at the moment, so we'll try. We've got the air on the way as well.
Okay, so it's below the Tommy's Rock lookout, but it's already to the east of that.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Righto.
Is that enough information?
Yeah, it is, mate. Yeah.
all right, thanks, Scott.
All right. Thank you.
All right, mate. Bye.
Your Honour, Angela Burford, Public Liaison Officer at the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre on the day, that is the 8th of November 2019, states that she started preparing for the issue of an emergency alert 3 minutes before Mr Jeremy's call. No alert was issued until 4:48 p.m, that is 55 minutes after Mr Jeremy's call and 1 hour and 33 minutes after Grant Donnelly initially informed the IMT that the fire was potentially threatening Waitalabar. In the intervening period, the fire continued to spread towards Waitalabar. At about 4 p.m, RFS officers Michael Borgia and Jesse Kirkman drove to the western side of Waitalabar. Mr Kirkman described the conditions as poor, with spot fires everywhere. At 4:15 p.m, Grant Donnelly, unable to reach the IMT on the radio, made a further call to the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre in which he said, "You'll need to probably evacuate Waitalabar." And I'll play that call now, Your Honour.
20 minutes.
Yeah,
g'day, it's Grant Donnelly, Bald Knob. We've got a Vicky PMR, so I can't really get back to comms-wise on the radio.
Yep.
Just letting you know we're on site. We think the house is relatively safe. We've got another
the
truck.
Brown Street house. Yep.
Yeah, yep. We've got another truck just arriving.
So the house is safe?
Relatively safe. We're not 100% yet, but the fire is at least 1 kilometre east of us in the nature reserve. So you'll need to probably evacuate Waitalabar and maybe talk about the prison farm.
And the prison farm as well. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I just don't know which way it's going to go once it gets to the old Grafton Road.
Waitalabar community and the
prison farm. Let them know. At least let them know. And I don't know. The only way we can get a good handle on it's for the chopper, but I'm not sure what the.
Well, they were grounded because of the too high winds.
Given the wind, that's what I expected.
I've also got Dundee 1 coming your way.
Okay, and there was a town fire and rescue coming too, wasn't there?
I think So yeah, I'm not sure.
It looks
whether I
like
did that.
it looks like Glen Elgin's here now. We've got a dozer operating around the house, doubling the brakes up.
Okay.
The wind's swirling all over the place. It's just hard to get an angle on. So we'll need at least 2 trucks at the house for the time being, and we'll have to. I don't know, something. It's gone well east of here in the bush. So.
Alrighty.
So someone will have to do something with the old Grafton Road end. Whether Waitalabar can look at it or someone, but a chopper would be ideal. But
we've had a call from Waitalabar. They've got fire close to them as well. They were thinking there might have been another fire in there heading towards them.
Yeah, well, it is basically it's on the other side of the river from their main community, but that won't stop them in this wind. And
no, that's right.
It's in the nature reserve, and it's I don't know how far east it's gone from here. So I'm at the house at the moment.
Okay.
And that's all happened in the last hour.
Yep.
Anyway. You should have my mobile number.
Thank you. You're on in a call with State Command at about 4:25 p.m. The incident controller, Mark Williams, requested an emergency message be sent to the Waitalabar community for ember attack warning. By 4:30 p.m, the situation in Waitalabar had deteriorated, potentially beyond this. RFS officers Michael Borgia and Jesse Kirkman were surrounded by fire and unable to leave a property on the western side of Waitalabar. They both told police that they had difficulties contacting the other RFS appliance in Waitalabar, as Fireground and UHF radios do not transmit when crews are located on opposite sides of Waitalabar. Captain Kim Jermy witnessed an explosion of spot fires everywhere as he drove from the RFS shed in Waitalabar back to his property to direct the fire effort. Newcastle Fire Command had received a call from a Mr Tonks at 1450 Old Grafton Road that a grass fire was about to impact his house near the Waitalabar School. And at 4:36 p.m, Brett Miller, Deputy Captain of the Waitalabar Brigade, radioed the IMT. I'll now play that radio call between Deputy Captain Miller and the Incident Management Team at the Glen Annis Fire Control Centre.
Send your emergency message.
Yes, could you replay that, please?
Emergency, Waitalabar 7.
Penalba 7, send your emergency message.
We have fire impacting the whole of the west end of Waitalabar. It is an extremely dangerous situation. We are pulling as many people out as we can.
Roger, are there any of your crews in imminent danger?
Just radioed them and told them to get out, but that's... Okay. Emergency.
At around this time, Your Honour, about 4:36 p.m, several videos were taken from Mr Miller's appliance, Waitalabar 7. The first, which will be played for Your Honour now, includes Mr Miller trying to contact RFS officers Borgia and Kirkman, who were in appliance Waitalabar 9.
Jesse, Joel, and the other crew in the 9. Can you hear me? Waitalabar 9, Waitalabar 9,
At 4:39 p.m, a major fire update was issued by the New South Wales RFS and published on the Fires Near Me app. That update recorded the warning level as watch and act and advised that people in the areas along Man River, near the Man River Nature Reserve and Newton Boyd, should monitor conditions. Watch out for burning embers which may start spot fires ahead of the main fire front. Check and follow your bushfire survival plan. If you do not have a plan, decide what you will do if the situation changes. At the same time, Mr Miller contacted the IMT by radio again, and I'll have that message played now for Your Honour's benefit.
We are totally surrounded with spot fires breaking out all over Waitalabar. We are trying to get as many people as we can down to the community area to evacuate to there, over.
Roger, you're trying to get all of the communities to evacuate to where?
Our community centre, the refuge.
Roger, the community centre refuge. What is the status?
It is everywhere. The whole of the west end of the property is on fire. The spot fires are breaking out all along the north side of the property and the south side of the property. We are in dire situation, over.
Roger, copy that. It's of yourself and your...
Not sure about the crew in the 9. I'll try to get onto them in the UHF radio.
Roger, if you could do that, we'll try and keep this channel clear.
Visibility is 0 with trees coming down all the time across the road, both sides of the road impacted. It's not a good situation.
Roger, copied that. Are you able to give us an estimate?
I haven't had a chance to get the Kestrel out, but it's blowing extremely hard, probably gusting to 70, 80 k's an hour.
Roger, thank you for that. We'll stand.
We are...
You're 1 minute after that radio call at 4:40 p.m. Mr Williams, the incident controller, recorded that he had advised state operations that an emergency alert should be that those not prepared should head to and seek shelter at the community hall. Following this, at 4:44 p.m, the alert level was upgraded in a situation report to EW5, being an alert level of emergency warning. At 4:46 p.m, a new major fire update was issued, which advised people in Waitalabar to move to the community hall, but kept the alert level at watch and act. At 4:48 p.m, a voice and SMS warning campaign commenced, informing residents of Waitalabar, if not prepared and path is clear, move towards Waitalabar Community Hall. At 5 p.m, Mr Miller had reported that 1 or 2 houses had already been lost. At about the same time, Vivian Chaplin told her daughter-in-law in a telephone call that her property was on fire. 6 minutes later, the Brigade Fire shed in the centre of Waitalabar was impacted by fire. It was not until 5:08 p.m. that a major fire update was issued, changing the published alert level to emergency warning. In Your Honour's consideration of these events in relation to communications and emergency warnings, Your Honour will hear from 9 witnesses. Today, Your Honour will hear from Peter Jermy, who is known as Kim Jermy, Captain of the Waitalabar RFS Brigade, Brett Miller, Deputy Captain of the Waitalabar RFS Brigade, Alex Stewart and John Harper, Communications Officers with the Volunteer Rescue Association, who were on duty in the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre on 8 November 2019, Carol Sparks, a resident of Waitalabar, sitting councillor and former mayor of the Glen Innes 7 Council, who was present in the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre for part of that day, that is the 8th of November 2019, and Angela Burford, Public Liaison Officer within the Glen Innes Armidale Incident Management Team on 8 November 2019. On Friday, given the public holiday tomorrow, Your Honour will hear from Mark Williams, the incident controller, on the 8th of November 2019. And finally, Your Honour, we'll hear concurrently from Peter McKechnie, Deputy Commissioner, Field Operations, and Anthony Clark, Director, Communications and Engagement of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. If it's convenient to Your Honour, I propose now to call Mr Jeremy, who is appearing by AVL from Glen Innes.
Yes, thank you. Mr Jeremy, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Clearly.
Thank you. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Mr Castleton.
Sir, would you please state your full name?
Richard Jeremy, but I go by the name Kim.
Thank you. And are you a volunteer firefighter?
Yes.
And have you recently provided a statement in relation to the matters before Her Honour this morning, dated the 5th of September 2022?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of that statement with you this morning, Mr Jeremy?
In front of me.
Have you read it recently?
I've read through it a couple of times.
Are there any matters that require any correction?
I'd already rung Jessica Holmes earlier and corrected any mistakes that I found a couple of weeks ago.
Thank you. I just want to take you back to 2019. At that time, were you a volunteer member of the Waitalabar Rural Fire Brigade?
Captain of the Waitalabar Rural Fire Brigade.
And how long had you been a volunteer Rural Fire Service firefighter with that brigade at that time?
About 22 years.
And had you held the position of brigade captain prior to November of 2019, and if so, for how long?
I was a deputy captain prior to that. So what are we, 19, 20? I was a captain for 2 years, which finished on the May 2020. So the previous 2 years I was the captain.
And in that significant experience you'd had as a volunteer Rural Fire Service firefighter, are you able to say approximately how many fires you attended to prior to November of 2019?
No, it'd be an unlimited number. In that period of that 2 years that I was captain, we were pretty much on the go the whole time. It was just, the day before this incident, we were still involved with the Nimboida fire, and a week or so before that, we were still involved with the Kangawalla fire as well. We'd had that was the third fire on our property in 1 year.
I'll come to that shortly. In terms of the Waitalabar RFS Brigade, as at November 2019, how many members did you have that were active members within that brigade?
At 26.
And in terms of appliances, as at November 2019, how many appliances, that is firefighting appliances, did you have at your disposal within the Waitalabar RFS Brigade?
We were a Cat 7 dual cab and a Cat 9 single cab.
And in relation to the Cat 9, what, if any, radio communications did it have within that appliance?
It had a PMR radio and a fireground radio at that stage.
Did it have UHF or not?
Members would have had their own personal UHF radios.
And in relation to the Cat 7, what communication equipment did it have within it?
As a UHF radio, a PMR and a fireground radio.
Now, you mentioned a moment ago that in the lead up to November of 2019 that your brigade had responded in that season to three fires. Did I understand that correctly?
This was November 8 was the third fire on our community within that year. Yeah. We had attended all the way up to Tenterfield, Silent Grove. We'd been all over the whole district in that year.
And was there a fire in September of 2019 that you were required to attend to, known as, is it Kingsgate?
Kingsgate fire, yep. Yeah, I attended that. We had on property 9 national parks units and 2 ambulances.
And what was the other fire that may have directly impacted the Waitalaba community in that fire season? You've identified the Kangawalla fire, the Kingsgate. What was the third fire that?
Barul National Park to the east of the property, on the other side of the river, below the prison farm. It's called Barul National Park.
And what time of the year did that fire require your brigade's attendance?
February of that year. It lasted 23 days.
And when you say that year, are you referring to 2018 or 2019?
2019.
Thank you, sir. Now, moving to the back end of October 2019, early November 2019, did you become aware of a fire that was labelled the Kangawalla fire burning to the east of Waitalaba in late October 2019?
We've been in attendance several times to that fire ourselves. And Dom Renard is another deputy captain within our brigade. And the last dealings we had with that fire that it was contained.
And doing the best you can today, what is your recollection of when your brigade had its last involvement in relation to the fire known as Kangawalla?
About a week before the actual fire hit us. The day before the fire hit us, we were in attendance at Newton Boyd, and I had called town and said that we needed a couple of weeks off. We were really exhausted. Otherwise, we wouldn't have even had our own fire trucks on property on that day.
And is Newton Boyd to the east or southeast of Waitalaba?
It's at the edge of our brigade range, which borders Clarence Valley fire control. So, yeah, it's about 20 kilometres south of us.
Before I move on in relation to the fire, can you just explain as best you can for Her Honour's benefit the community of Waitalaba, where it's situated, how many residences there were, to your understanding, in November of 2019?
At that stage, there was about 100 houses on property. We had a population of about between 130 and 160 maybe. It's a fairly transient population at times. And this is just south of the Guida Highway, about 35 kilometres out of Glen Innes.
And is the community, Mr Jeremy, divided by a ridge that separates, in effect, the north from the south?
That's correct.
And that ridge runs from the west to the east, correct? And in terms of infrastructure, are there sealed roads within the Waitalaba property, or are they unsealed roads?
Sealed roads.
Could you just repeat that? We're getting a bit of a delay, so I just...
They're unsealed, all the roads within the community.
And in terms of water supply, how is water provided to the residents of the Waitalaba community as at November of 2019?
Various arrangements. Some people used to pump out of the river to header tanks beside their houses. Other people were strictly on rainwater alone, and a very few were on bore water as well.
And in terms of telephone coverage, are there landlines throughout the community, from your observations and understanding, or not?
Still some existing landlines, but they won't put in anymore, and most of us have all switched to mobiles now. But yeah, there are still maybe a dozen or so landlines on the property.
And doing the best you can as a long-term resident of Waitalaba, in November of 2019, are you able to say how many properties may have had a landline that was active?
Probably only about 8.
And in terms of mobile reception, how would you describe mobile reception throughout the community as at November of 2019?
Extremely patchy. It's the kind of area where people describe you have to stand on one leg with your tongue hanging out and hope the wind's blowing the right way to get reception.
That's quite descriptive, Mr. Jeremy. In terms of, would you agree with me that then, given that description, that communication was limited within the Waitala community as at November of 2019?
It's limited and varied. We have, over the years, we develop our own means of communication through UHF radios, telephones, relaying messages, and some houses in earlier incidents of evacuation incidents, I know of the houses that don't have any communication, and I've had to go and visit those people personally to give them the evacuation notices.
Given your role as either a deputy captain or captain of the local brigade, what communication plans did you have at your disposal, given those issues you've just raised in relation to communications, to let residents know if there was to be a fire that could impact the community?
As the fire broke out, I actually said to Bretto that I wasn't going to jump in the truck with him. I stayed at the fire shed. We had about 20 people that had evacuated to the fire shed. So I was basically looking after those people and anyone else who turned up at the fire shed, and then assessing what was going on and how quickly it was happening. There's no pumps, or once the trucks leave the shed, there's no pumps and no way of defending the shed. So I very quickly got everyone to shut up and made them evacuate to the centre of the community to our designated evacuation centre. And then I knew I had to get back to my place to be able to cover communications at all. I have a Yagi aerial, what do they call it, Telstra Smart Antenna, which gives me full 5-bar reception at my house. But 50 metres from the house, the phone doesn't work. And then at the same time, I'm on the internet as well, on Facebook, Signal Private Messenger, UHF radios, and I have a portable PMR radio, fireground radio as well.
Thank you for that answer. We may be slightly at cross purposes. I just wanted to understand, prior to the 8th of November 2019, did you have within the RFS brigade a list of residences who may have limited access to communications, so that you knew in advance of an issue arising whether you needed to door knock or use a Facebook Messenger or some other application or means of communication to forewarn them?
Yeah, but not a written list as such. It's a small community. We all know each other quite well, so I knew how to get in contact with everybody, yes.
Coming now to the day before the 8th of November, you've said to Her Honour already that because of issues concerning exhaustion that you sought leave to stand down your cruise, and you did that on the 7th of November, is that correct?
Correct.
And at that time, so that's the day before the 8th of November, what, if any, understanding did you have of the status of the Kangawalla fire at that point in time?
At that stage, I was led to believe it was still under control. And on this, the date, we were already attending the Newton Boyd area.
And again, on the 7th of November, what, if any, information did you have of forecasted weather for the following day, the 8th of November, to your recollection?
My recollection is that being the captain, I was watching the weather every day and had been pretty much most of that year. So as we saw the relative humidity drop down to single figures, we were generally nervous, and we were expecting something to happen, basically.
Because of the bad forecasted weather that may occur on the 8th of November. Do I understand your evidence correctly?
Yes, the weather had slowly deteriorated from the Kingsgate fire, and the relative humidity had gotten lower and lower day by day. The day before it was only, I think, 8, and on the November 8th it was down to about 6.
Do you have any memory today of anyone from the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre contacting you prior to the afternoon of the 8th of November, forewarning you that it may be a bad fire day for the 8th of November, or not?
Not directly. Because of the year we've been having, we were in constant contact with Firecom in town, and we were all aware of the weather situation slowly deteriorating. I mean, the river had run dry. That particular day, we were on edge. I was on edge enough the day before to call our brigades back to the property. Yeah, we were just generally nervous and had been for a month.
And similarly, Mr. Jeremy, did you have any, or do you have any memory today of whether anyone from the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre forewarned you that based on any fire prediction, modelling or mapping, that the Kangawalla fire had the potential of flaring up on the 8th of November 2019? Sorry, we didn't hear your response. I apologise.
No,
you're right. I think I'm lip reading. Was the answer no, Mr. Jeremy? I'm sorry, Your Honour. I'm not receiving a response. Mr. Jeremy, if you can hear me, can you just give me the thumbs up, please?
I can hear you.
Right. We're having a bit of a delay, and we haven't been able to receive your answer to that last question. Could you just repeat that answer again one more time, please?
No.
No. The answer is no. Thank you. Prior to the 8th of November 2019, given the various interactions you've had with the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre, did you raise with them any issues around the communication limitations that the Waitalaba community may labour under, or not?
Fire Control Centre here in town, everyone was aware of this situation all year long. We've had these problems. It's not something new. It's something that we'd all learnt to live with and work around and find fixes at any one time to get in contact with people.
Now, coming to the 8th of November, you've already indicated that you were monitoring the weather conditions. And do I understand your evidence correctly, Mr. Jeremy, that throughout the course of the 8th of November, the weather deteriorated throughout the course of the day?
Yes, that's correct. It wasn't good from the moment I woke up, but the weather in general, every day was like that. It wasn't just November 8th. It was particularly windy that day, would be the most dangerous aspect to that day. The same fire was under control in the days and weeks prior to that. So it was just the weather, the wind on that day had made all of the fires so much potentially more dangerous.
And what was it about the wind that made the fires in the area so much more potentially dangerous, as you've just described?
Well, when it's described as things are under control, the Kangawalla fire, as I understood it, there were still some areas burning in very remote country that you couldn't get to with the fire trucks. It had been surrounded by bulldozed in fire trails and been contained in that manner and basically waiting to burn out. The whole district had a massive water shortage. So we were all pretty much in dry firefighting mode for most of the end of that year. The rivers had all run dry. There was nowhere to get water from.
And the wind, what direction was it blowing throughout the course of the day, that is the 8th of November?
Northwest.
Did you say west-northwest?
Correct.
And did the speed of the wind increase throughout the course of the day?
Did dramatically.
It increased dramatically? And
yes.
Do you have a sense today in terms of by the mid-afternoon what speed it may have been gusting at or not?
In mid-afternoon it was gusting around 40, 50 kilometres an hour. With an average wind speed of maybe 35 kilometres an hour. But as you know, fire creates its own weather. Once it all got started, the wind, everything was basically blowing horizontal. The embers, the sand, everything.
Now, in your statement at paragraph 22, you say at around midday, I returned to my home. Later that afternoon, a brigade member, Andre Cook, drove up to my place and told me that there was a firestorm and that there was a fire below Tommy's Rock about 1.5 kilometres from the west of the property. Prior to that time, did you have any information that a fire was burning to the west of the Waitalaba community or not?
We had no knowledge of it until we could see the smoke itself. We could see the smoke coming across the top of the prison farm from the Silent Grove fire, and we were observing that at the time. We had also, me, Bretto and Andre had already driven around on the property a couple of times. Basically nervous. You know, we met on the road, had a couple of chats, made sure we all knew where each other was. And at about lunchtime, I went home to try and relax.
Your RFS colleague, Brett Miller, is that Bretto to which you just referred a moment ago?
That's correct.
He has said in his statement that he saw a small plume of smoke from the Kangawalla fire at about 11 a.m. and went to check it out with some brigade members. Does that generally accord with your recollection or not?
I don't recall that at all. We met on the road around 11-ish and had a chat. And like I said, we basically told each other where we were going to be. And we went home and waited to see what was going to happen. And I didn't have any contact with Bretto until Andre had come up my driveway saying there was a firestorm just west of the property at about just after 3 o'clock.
Mr. Jeremy, when you had that roadside chat with Brett Miller, could you see any plume of smoke at that point in time or not?
We just discussed that 2 prison officers had come down from the prison farm, driven down to Waitalaba because they thought they could see smoke. They came down to the school and then returned back to the prison farm. They couldn't see anything either. And then we're all waiting and watching to see what was happening.
After you've had the conversation with Andre Cook, who told you there was a firestorm and that it was below Tommy's Rock, about 1.5 kilometres from the west of the property, what did you then do to verify that information, if anything?
I didn't. I rang town straight away.
And when you say you rang town, are you referring to the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre?
Fire Control Centre, yeah.
And do you remember what you said? Well, first of all, do you remember about what time you may have made that call?
It would have been about 20 past 3 or something like that.
And is that the first call that you made to the Fire Control Centre at Glen Innes on that day?
I don't remember whether it was the only call I'd made that day, no.
I'm just trying to get a chronology as to whether it was the first time you made the call.
In relation to that fire, yes.
I might just have played, Your Honour, for the benefit of Mr. Jeremy, a call that it's logged as being made at about 3:53 p.m. on the 8th of November. Mr. Jeremy, just listen closely. Hopefully you can hear the telephone call, and then I'll ask you, firstly, to confirm it's your voice, and then secondly, whether that's the call to which you've just given evidence about.
Elaine speaking.
Hello, Elaine, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, it's Kim Jeremy from Waitalaba. We've got a big problem down here. We've got a fire below Tommy's Rock in the West End paddocks heading for Waitalaba. We need all the help we can get.
Yep. Okay.
We're rounding up crews now to go and have a look at it and start assessing it. But it's there's a fire line from the river up towards Tommy's Rock.
Yeah, would that be the Kangawalla fire? Because we did
No, it's not the Kangawalla fire. This is like only a kilometre from Waitalaba.
It's only a kilometre from Waitalaba.
Yeah, maybe 3. I've just got like one of my crew leaders here has just gone up and had a look at it.
Would that be the Man River Nature Reserve?
Yeah, and the Man River Nature Reserve.
Okay, so I've had intel that the Kangawalla has possibly lost the Man River Nature Reserve heading into the old Grafton Road, Bald Knob are on scene. And this is down in the valley, like on the Tommy's Rock actual, where there's a fire trail on Tommy's Rock in the Nature Reserve. It's on the south side of the river heading towards us. Tommy's Rock, south side of the river.
Yeah.
This is Waitalaba?
Yeah, this is Kim Jeremy from Wattalaba. Yep.
Do you know where the
Sorry, I'm just speaking to Scott.
Yep.
on the Mount Mitchell camping reserve?
Actually, I might put him on because he knows the area a little bit better than me. Hang on a sec.
Yep, no worries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott speaking.
Hey, Scott, we've got a fire coming along the side of the river from Tommy's Rock down to the river. It's about 3 k's upriver from us now.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're getting whatever crews we can get together now. We're all meeting at the shed. And
Well, actually, do you think that it's... I'm just moving my map around here. So is that coming from the Kangawalla?
No,
Right,
it's not.
no.
It's much, much closer.
Yeah, righto.
It's broken. It looks like it's... Hey, Scott, it's Dry here. Andrew?
Go, mate.
Yeah, I just went to the oval next to the school, and it looks like it has spotted from Kangawalla, but it's come down river.
Yeah, righto. Okay, makes
And you know where the camping you know where the camping reserve is down here?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You know exactly where that is on the tower? The camping man with the camping?
Yeah.
Camping ground? Well, it's on the southern side of the river there, about 1.5 k's up the hill. I can see the flames, and it's spotting in front of itself by about 500 metres every couple minutes.
Yeah, righto. No
It's
worries.
going to hit the western road of Wattalaba within the hour or two. So we need some more assets for asset protection if we could do that, please.
Yeah, mate. I've paged 9 brigades at the moment, so we'll try. We've got air support on its way as well.
Okay, so it's below the Tommy's Rock lookout, but it's already to the east of that.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay,
Righto.
is that enough information?
Yeah, it is, mate. Yeah.
Mr. Jeremy, were you able to hear that recording clearly?
Yes, I heard it clearly.
And there are a number of voices that one hears throughout that recording. Do you agree that we heard your voice when you announced your name on that call?
Correct.
And towards the end of the recording, it seems that you passed the phone over to a gentleman. Is that Andre Cook?
Cook, yes.
And then there were 2 other voices. There was Scott from the Fire Control Centre. Do you know Scott's surname or not?
Scott Keenan.
Could you just repeat that, please? Again, we're getting a delay.
Keenan.
Thank you. And, of course, there was the telephonist, a female as well, Elaine. Now, do you have your statement handy?
In front of me.
I just wanted to ask you, if you accept from me that call was made at 3:53 p.m. on the 8th of November, if you look at your paragraph 22, you say around midday you're informed by Andre Cook about a fire below Tommy's Rock. Given the call at 3:50, said later that afternoon. Thank you. About what time later that afternoon, if you used the telephone call to the Fire Control Centre as a point of reference, about what time do you believe Mr. Cook may have driven up to your place and informed you of the fire below Tommy's Rock?
It would have been just prior to that phone call. My memory of times and the amount of communication on that day are a bit hazy.
I accept that, Mr. Jeremy. I'm not going to tie you down on times. I'm just trying to get a sense of what may have occurred throughout the course of the day. And again, if you use that phone call to the Fire Control Centre as a point of reference, and as you've just said now, that Mr. Cook would have attended your place just before that phone call, doing the best you can, how many minutes or hours do you believe that you would have had that roadside conversation with Brett Miller before the call to the Fire Control Centre at Glen?
A good couple of hours. It was much earlier in the day, around lunchtime. The paragraph here, paragraph 22, where it says at around midday I returned home and later that afternoon, it's later that afternoon the brigade member, Andre Cook, came to my house, not at midday.
I understand that, and I understand your evidence clearly that just before you made the call to the Fire Control Centre is when you had the conversation with Mr Cook, correct?
We had which conversation? The conversation on the roadside was much earlier in the day, and then Andre Cook was still nervous from those conversations, and he was still driving around and looking and checking on things, and that's when he discovered the fire and come racing up my driveway and told me what was going on. At that stage, I had not seen the smoke yet, no.
Now, when did you first see the smoke?
Straight after the phone call, when I walked outside and was heading to the fire shed.
And what was the purpose of you to head to the fire shed?
To basically take control of what was going on and start getting people motivated and loaded into trucks and start getting on with it.
And you've set that out in paragraph 25 and following. You've indicated already in your evidence this morning that there are two appliances, a Cat 9 and a Cat 7. Did Mr Kirkman and Mr Borgia go out in Waitalaba 9?
They just took off as I arrived at the shed, and they were heading up to Gary's place. That's the first 000 call is from my memory.
Thank you. Now, in terms of a response, what did you set out to do once you arrived at the shed to respond to the fire that was, at this point in time, getting close to the western edge of the property?
When I arrived at the fire shed, there was already well over a dozen people, closer to 20 people, had evacuated from their homes and were asking whether they could evacuate to the shed. At the same time, I was talking to Bretto and assessing what we were about to do. And I pointed, as Bretto jumped in the truck, I told Bretto that I wasn't going to get in the truck with him. I was going to stay with the evacuees at the fire shed. Just before he drove off, I opened the door and pointed up the hill, which is further up the old Grafton Road. It's the only escape route out, and made the point of showing him that we're now cut off. And then he took off in the fire truck, and then that's the footage that you've shown.
Now, you've mentioned today that there were 26 active members of the local Waitalaba RFS brigade. Were they able to be utilised by way of response or not on the 8th of November?
I used some in different ways. When I left the fire shed and got everyone to evacuate to the community centre, there were 2 fire brigade members in that group that went to the evacuation centre while I went to my place to take over communications and talk to Firecom in town and figure out what was going on, what we were going to do, and what appliances we could get.
On that, were you having regular communications with the Fire Control Centre at Glen Innes throughout the course of the late afternoon, early evening, following your first call at 3:53 p.m?
Yeah, basically every 15 to 20 minutes I was on the phone to Firecom in town, and that continued till about 5 o'clock in the morning.
And what, in the early part of the fire impacting the community, what directions or instructions, if any, was the Fire Control Centre providing to you?
I mean, it was all just exploding. So fire control was still waiting on us to tell them what was actually going on and how bad it was. And we were still trying to assess ourselves.
And again, doing the best you can today, do you have a time in your mind as to when things really went bad in terms of the fire impacting your community?
Basically, when I got to the fire shed, I realised within only a few minutes of Bretto leaving in the fire truck, I could basically see the fire going up the Old Grafton Road, up the hill, cutting off our escape route. And knowing that the wind's coming from the northwest, so most of the fire was directed down the western side of the property. And then I had 20 or so people standing around looking at me for evacuation and information as to what to do. And within a couple of minutes, I realised that once the trucks leave the shed, there's no pumps and no way to defend the sheds. So I basically made the call, told everyone to shut up, told them that this is not a fire that we can fight. This is survival only. Go to the evacuation centres. If you've prepared your house and you're willing to fight for it, go home and do that. And my last statement to them was, I hope I see you all again in the morning.
And what was the evacuation point within the community at that time?
In the main community centre, which is central on the northern side of the property, and it's a Bezer block building with a steel roof, and it's basically used as our community kitchen. So it's tiled floor, tiled walls, Bezer block, and rendered on the outside. There are several fire hoses within that community area to defend all the buildings. And that's our main community evacuation centre. The other one is the actual oval over beside the school.
In terms of letting residents know your decision about evacuation, how did you make that known to the 100 plus residents of Waitalaba that afternoon, early evening?
The first thing to do was to get it on our Channel 5 Facebook page, which most people during that year were basically watching constantly. It's their biggest source of information. So whatever we were doing, we were posting that on Channel 5. The people I knew that didn't have internet access and that kind of thing, I rang personally. Some I could contact by UHF radio. And then others, I would have to basically use the fire rate. Sorry, I'm stuck for words there. The fireground radio to call the trucks, and then they could, as they were moving around the property, they could stop in and contact other people and see what was going on and give them the information.
Were you able to reach out to each resident within the community to inform them of your decision that they go to an evacuation centre?
No, at that stage, I'm the fire brigade captain, so I don't really have time to be contacting everyone personally. At that stage, I'm talking to fire control in town. I was also talking to the council, getting evacuation buses, ambulances, and all sorts of other equipment down to the property. It was basically, it's word of mouth. It's a small community and the word spreads very, very quickly, and we put all the information out on every form of communication that we can use. Other than that, as fire captain, I don't have the time to personally be contacting every person in that situation, no.
Looking back on the events that unfolded throughout the 8th of November and into the wee hours of the 9th of November, do you see any scope for improving communication in a remote community such as Waitalaba to ensure that residents are informed expeditiously of matters that may relate to their safety?
Yeah, the best way we could improve the situation is relocate a Telstra mobile tower that would cover the property much more broadly. The other option is a UHF repeater, which could be set up in the centre of the property on the highest mountain in the middle of the property. And with a map, we can assess from there which gullies and parts of the property would not receive UHF reception, but it would cover most of the property and most of the valley going south to Newton Boyd. There are also cowcockies and other families live further down the valley as well. It's not just Waitalabar.
Apart from those two measures, Mr. Jeremy, can you think of anything else that could improve communications and emergency warning systems within a remote community such as Waitalabar?
No, not really, because not everyone has access to the internet. I mean, the internet through satellite internet is pretty effective, but not everybody has it.
Do you have a memory or a recollection today of whether or not prior to your call at 3:53 p.m. to the Fire Control Centre, what may have been posted on Fires Near Me app?
No, I wouldn't have even had time to look at it. Once I no longer really have the time to look at those things. The phone's constantly ringing, radios and everything are going off, and I don't have time for that.
Would it be fair to say, Mr. Jeremy, that prior to your conversation in the latter part of the afternoon of the 8th of November with Mr. Cook, that you had no forewarning that the Kangawalla fire may flare up and head east towards Waitalabar? I'm sorry. No, thank you. Do you know whether there'd been any fire prediction carried out within the IMT at Glen Innes on the 7th or the 8th of November, or not?
Aware of it.
Not aware of it, thank you. And finally, can I just ask you to describe, given your extensive experience as a firefighter, of the events and the behaviour of this fire on the 8th of November?
It's the scariest thing I've ever been through in my life, and I've had skydiving accidents and several other major car accidents and stuff, but I've never seen anything like it. I actually shook in my own house for 2.5 hours while I watched the fire come up the mountain towards my own house. I was cut off. I was there by myself. I had obviously prepared my house, pumps running and everything, but I was looking at my own dogs and saying, I'm not sure whether we're going to survive this or not.
And what was it about this particular fire's behaviour that was so scary for you?
There was no clear fire front. It basically was rolling along like a wave. So it was sucking air along the ground, picking up embers and spitting them out kilometres in front of itself. So that description I gave of driving across the property at 90 kilometres an hour, it was spotting ahead of me, both sides of the car, faster than I could drive.
And in terms of the gusting and the wind, did you have a sense of what sort of speed the wind may have been gusting during the shower of embers you've just described?
80 to 100 kilometres an hour. 80 to 100 kilometres an hour. We had embers, and once most of the vegetation was gone and we were still under ember attack, in those embers was basically sand. So I could go outside and spend 15 minutes outside before I'd have to go inside and wash the sand and dirt and everything out of my eyes to even continue. And that's me wearing glasses, goggles and a fire helmet. We have several water tanks on property that are sandblasted on one side.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. That concludes my examination. There may be some further questions from other members at the bar table.
Mr. Free.
No questions. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Jeremy, for your evidence today. It sounds like it was a terrifying experience for you, so really appreciate you telling us about it today. And I know it's probably difficult to relive it, so thank you.
No worries.
Your Honour, is it convenient to take the morning adjournment, and in the morning adjournment we'll try and see if we can correct the problems we're having between here and Glen Innes.
Take the adjournment and resume at 12.
Coroners Court has resumed.
Your Honour, we have on screen Mr Brett Miller, who's situated at the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre. Could Mr Miller be sworn, please?
Yes. Mr. Miller, you'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Castleton.
Mr Miller, would you please state your full name?
Harold Miller.
I think we missed the first part, but I take it your Christian name's Brett?
Yes.
Still having some difficulties with...
Mr Miller, please bear with us. We're having some difficulties receiving the first one or two words of your response to a question. And I understand it could be a problem with the microphone at your end. If I have to repeat myself, I apologise in advance, but it's important that we get your evidence down correctly because it needs to be transcribed. I'll try and move forward as best one can. Mr Miller, are you a volunteer firefighter with the New South Wales RFS Brigade at Waitalaba?
Yes, I am.
And have you provided a statement in relation to the fire that impacted Waitalaba on the 8th of November 2019?
I have.
And do you have a copy of that statement with you today, which is dated the 13th of September 2022?
Yes, I do.
Are there any matters that require any correction as far as you're concerned?
As far as I know, no.
As at November of 2019, had you had in the order of 28 years experience as a volunteer Rural Fire Service firefighter?
That's correct.
And prior to November of 2019, had you held the role of captain of the Waitalaba RFS Brigade for a period of about 14 years?
Yes, that's true.
And from 2018, have you held the rank of deputy captain of that brigade?
I have.
And were you on the 8th of November 2019 the deputy captain of the Waitalaba RFS Brigade?
I was one of the deputy captains.
And was the captain at that time a Mr. Kim Jeremy?
He was.
Had you, as part of your duties as the deputy captain of the Waitalaba Brigade, have any involvement with suppression of a fire known as the Kangawalla fire prior to the 8th of November 2019?
So I had. That fire had been going for a matter of weeks, and I myself had worked on it for about 5 days, but other members of our brigade had worked on it, one of them 15 days, almost in a row.
And by the 8th of November 2019, you've indicated that the Kangawalla fire was at a watch and act alert level?
I believe that's true, yes.
And what do you mean by watch and act, Mr. Miller?
It's an alert status level fires that are somewhat contained, but still need monitoring.
When you say contained, do I understand correctly that it was an active fire but was not out of control.
Correct.
You refer in paragraph 1 on page 2 of your statement under the heading 8 November that the Waitalaba Brigade had blacked out about 50 metres inside the containment lines of the Kangawalla fire prior to the 8th of November 2019. Do you remember how many days before the 8th of November that work was undertaken?
No, I don't really. It had been some time, maybe a week. It was relatively safe.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the Kangawalla fire sat to the west of the Waitalaba community, or southwest?
Yes, approximately west-southwest, probably about 6 or 7 kilometres up the Man River.
And doing the best you can, as at the 8th of November 2019, how far from the eastern fire edge of the Kangawalla was the distance to Waitalaba as the crow flies?
About 6 or 7 kilometres as the crow flies.
And how would you describe the area between Waitalaba and that eastern edge of the Kangawalla fire as at the 8th of November 2019?
Steep, rocky, forested wilderness.
And was it a difficult area to access to undertake your fire suppression work in those days prior to the 8th of November 2019?
Well, there had been fire trails cut around the perimeter of that fire, and that was where we did most of our suppression from.
In the next paragraph, Mr. Miller, you note that 8 November 2019 was a bad weather day. Why do you say that?
Well, the winds had been forecast to be upwards of 50 or 60 kilometres an hour, with gusting quite a bit higher. It was hot.
And at any point on the 8th of November 2019, or even before, had there been any forewarning from the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre about the bad weather that was forecasted and the impact it may have on any fires in the area?
Not that I recall specifically, but as you know, I was a captain down there at Waitalaba for a long time, so I tended to keep an eye on what the weather was doing, and I still do.
Do you have any recollection today of what may have been posted on the Fires Near Me app throughout the course of the 8th of November 2019?
No, I don't. I think it would have been at a watch and act alert level.
Now you then say in the next paragraph, Mr. Miller, paragraph 3, during the late morning I recall seeing smoke rising from the Kangawalla fire, and I went to check it out with some of the other brigade members. Firstly, who were the other brigade members?
Kim Jeremy, Andrew or Andre Cook, and there may have been others there as well. We did not go all the way to Kangawalla. That's a 20-kilometre drive around up to the highway and out and around. So basically, we could see this plume of smoke rising from the Kangawalla fireground from our property, from Waitalabar.
Now, you then say, I believe this may have been around 11 a.m. Could it have been later in the day?
That was around 11 because we stood down near our fire station, actually, just looking at the smoke for a while. It was a small plume where there hadn't been so much activity over the recent week. But it was around 11 o'clock. Could have been 11:30.
Did you, or to your knowledge, did anyone else call it into the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre?
My knowledge, I didn't know.
And to your knowledge...
The Glen Innes Fire Control...
Sorry, I cut you off.
Right. The Glen Innes Fire Control Centre, I would have thought would have been monitoring the situation at all the fires going in the district at that time.
And why do you say that? Why did you think that the Fire Control Centre would have been monitoring all the fires in the area?
That's what they do. If they haven't
we missed the first part again.
That's what they do. If they hadn't had aircraft in the area, I would have thought that they'd have at least a patrol out on the fire ground monitoring it.
And as at 8 November 2019, was your brigade tasked with any patrolling of the Kangawalla fire or not?
No.
You then say in the second sentence of paragraph 3, the fourth sentence, at some stage the small plume of smoke became extremely large and dark brown in colour. About what time of the day do you believe that observation was made?
It's difficult to say. I wasn't watching the time, but I would have thought that would have been around 1:30 p.m.
Now, did you, or to your knowledge, anyone call that development into the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre?
I don't know. I don't know.
I tell you, you didn't yourself.
When it became obvious that something was going terribly wrong, I did make a call, but by that stage, fire was impacting the western end of Waitalabar.
Again, doing the best you can today, Mr. Miller, between when you first made that observation of the smoke becoming extremely large and dark brown in colour and the call you've just referred to when the community was being impacted, how many minutes or hours may have elapsed between those two periods of time?
That's very hard to say. We were running around sort of getting kit ready, and eventually making our way down to the station.
From then, did you head out towards the Tonks property?
That's correct, yes. When I called into fire control sometime that afternoon, I'm not sure what time it was, one of the fire control officers in Glen Innes FCC heard my voice on the radio, recognised it, and knew that I would know where to go if he just said, go to Tonks's place.
Is there property 105 within the Waitalaba community?
No idea what their number is. They had a property that was adjacent to the old Grafton Road on the west end of the property.
And can you describe what you saw when you're heading in a westerly direction towards the Tonks property?
Well, it was actually in a southern direction. The road is on that end of the property runs relatively north-south. So I was heading south towards the Tonks property with two young new volunteers in the back seat of the Cat 7 because they were the only ones at the station by that stage. It started spotting. We were getting spot fires starting everywhere. And this sort of happened almost instantaneously. Everything seemed to light up around us, both sides of the road.
And were the two other members in that appliance, Vanessa Leishman and Lucas Smoller? I think the witness said that's right, Your Honour. And to your knowledge, did one of them take a video or videos of what was occurring outside the appliance as you're heading towards the Tonks property?
Yes, that was Vanessa Leishman. We call her Nessie.
Thank you. And John, I'll just have those videos played now. They're not particularly long. An extra 3 to 5 of Mr. Johnny's statement.
We are.
Jesse, John, another crew in the 9. Can you hear me? Coroners, it's time to find out how soon.
Trees falling below.
We got got firestorm situation here on the west end, mate. It's very fucking dangerous. Get everybody out.
Yes, that is correct. But we need to inform you that there is fire on that road. There is fire on that road. You must use extreme caution. Copy, Topo.
Copy, Topo.
They're coming down in front of the truck.
Mr. Miller, just so Her Honour's clear, were those 3 photographs taken on the way to the Tonks property?
Yes.
And did you get to the Tonks property?
No. No.
And why was that?
Well, one of the tenets in any command structure is you don't die trying to save someone else. Plus, I had 2 young recruits, newbies basically, in the back seat of the vehicle. I was responsible for their lives as well. I deemed it too dangerous to try to get there and turn around.
Had you, by this time in your 28 years of firefighting, experienced anything like it or not?
I was in Canberra in 2003 and we had a small, somewhat smaller firestorm on Waitalaba later in that same year, 2003. Yes, I'd seen a couple of firestorms by that stage.
Did you have concerns for the safety of yourself and your 2 crew members?
Yes, I did.
And did you make a decision to head back towards the fire shed?
Yes, I did. And from there to evacuate to our community area, which is an evac point.
At some point after you've made the decision to head back towards the fire shed, did you send out an emergency message over the radio to the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre?
I may have, I can't recall.
Have you heard that emergency radio message before today?
Yes. There was one radio call that I made at some stage later on. I think that was about 4:30 something. But yeah, it's somewhat difficult to remember all the details. It was nearly 3 years ago, and it was pretty hectic on that day, I must say.
I'll just play for your benefit the call that you made at 4:35 or 36 p.m. on the 8th. And if you could just confirm with me that that's the emergency message that you made over the radio to the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre.
Emergency, Waitalaba 7.
Waitalaba 7, send your emergency message.
We have fire impacting the whole of the west end of Waitalaba. It is an extremely dangerous situation. We are pulling as many people out as we can.
Roger, are there any of your crews in imminent danger?
Just radioed them and told them to get out, but that's, hey?
Is that the emergency message to which you've referred to in paragraph 5 of your statement, Mr. Miller?
I believe it is.
And what role, if any, did you play in that late afternoon, early evening on the 8th of November to inform residents of Waitalaba to evacuate?
It was, to my knowledge, everyone on Waitalaba already knew what was going on. That had been communicated earlier over UHF radio and by telephone.
Do you know whether any formal alerts by this stage had been made from the Fire Control Centre at Glen Innes or not?
No. Well, I did, while we were trying to get to Tonks's, or maybe after we turned around, I did receive a call while I was on that road being impacted by fire. I did receive a call from Firecom warning me that fire was impacting that road, as if I didn't know that already.
Now, in terms of other RFS brigades in the area, what would be the nearest brigade to Waitalaba?
That would be Bald Knob or Shannonvale.
And would Bald Knob be about a 25-minute drive, give or take?
Yeah, approximately.
And would Shannon Vale be about 30 or 35 minutes, give or take, drive to Waitalaba?
Yeah, about that, approximately.
And in terms of other brigades nearby, would you agree with me there's also Glen Elgin?
Yes, that's correct.
Which would maybe in the order of 30 or 35 minutes drive from Waitalaba?
I wouldn't think it'd be that long, maybe 15, maybe 20 minutes.
And then further afield, there's Dundee and Red Range?
Yeah, much further afield. Dundee would be, yeah, probably 35 minutes. Red Range, more like 45, 50 minutes away. It's close as the crow flies, but there's no direct route. You have to go around the highway to get there.
And how far is Glen Innes in terms of driving time from Waitalaba?
45 minutes.
Now, what did you do for the remainder of that late afternoon, early evening in circumstances where you're confronted with a firestorm and preparation needs to be made to evacuate residents to the community hall?
Well, that's exactly what we did. We got as many people, particularly the less able members of the community, into a solid Besta block sealed building that we deemed was defendable. And I had set our Cat 7 tanker up there to protect the community house and the bakehouse. And one brigade got in over the burning bridge. That would be Rediston 7. They drove in over the burning bridge, not realising it was actually the bridge that was on fire. They actually got in and I set them up at our shop office area, also in the community area, and so they were doing property protection there.
Now, finally, I just want to go to the last paragraph of your statement, Mr. Miller, which identifies some telecommunication difficulties. Can you be more specific as to what those telecommunication difficulties are in and around the community of Waitalaba?
Well, we live in a valley, and Waitalaba is a ridge made up of a series of, it's an east-west ridge made up of a series of north-south ridges. So where most of the people live is down relatively low around the perimeter of Waitalaba. There aren't too many properties up high, simply because access is difficult. But down low in any of those gullies, basically, radio communications and mobile phone services not very good at all.
And to your knowledge, was that something that was known by the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre as at the 8th of November 2019?
They would have known that.
And if you don't know the answer to this question, please say so. But do you know what, if any, plans they had to address those telecommunications issues?
No, I don't know what plans they would have had, but maybe 10 years earlier, we had helped, members of our brigade had helped to erect a tower sort of adjacent to the north side of Waitalaba, up at a place called Frog Hollow. So that tower had police communications, PMR radio communications for the RFS, and I believe a UHF repeater.
Looking back with the benefit of hindsight, do you see any scope for improving telecommunications within the community to inform residents quickly of impending danger?
What happens generally in events like this is we use an emergency UHF channel, Channel 5. We have a saying, Channel 5 stay alive. And those messages get passed around from property to property. When they know, if they know that there's a neighbour home next door and he's got terrible radio reception, he might be able to get a call to them. So we pass the messages around that way.
On the 8th of November 2019, when things were going awry, to your knowledge, was there any designated resident of the community who was tasked with the position of communication controller to control that UHF channel to which you've just referred?
Not to my knowledge. No, we have, most people have UHF radios. Most households do, at least. So, no, I don't know if there was anyone designated to handle that. But as I said previously, those messages tend to get passed on from neighbour to neighbour.
No, that concludes my examination. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
There may be other questions, Mr. Miller. Mr. Free.
No questions, Your Honour. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Miller, for your evidence today. You're now excused.
Your Honour.
Your Honour, there's Mr. Alex Stewart, who I understand might be outside, if he could be called next.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat, please, Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart, would you please state your full name?
Alexander George Stewart.
And are you presently a volunteer with the New South Wales Rescue Association, Volunteer Rescue Association?
That's correct.
And have you provided a statement in relation to your involvement as a communications support officer on the 8th of November 2019?
I have.
And do you have a copy of your statement to hand?
I do.
Now, are there any matters that require any correction?
No.
On the 8th of November 2019, were you deployed to the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre as a communications operator?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, can you just explain how much experience you'd had as a communications officer prior to November of 2019?
Okay. I've done the work of communications officer for VRA activities for, at that time, probably 5 years, attending to quite a number of activities for VRA and also some activities with the VRA search teams at the time.
Had you, prior to your deployment to Glen Innes in November of 2019, been a communications operator within an incident management team?
Within incident management team, yes. What was new to me for that experience was specifically the RFS activities and the RFS INT activity. That was new to me at the time.
And what was it about the RFS systems that were new to you as a communications operator?
Fortunately, 95% of communications operator work is the same across all the agencies. So it was just coming to terms with some of the equipment and the trucks and some of that sort of getting familiarisation with some of the RFS specific terms.
Now, on the 8th of November 2019, what role were you performing specifically as a communications operator? What were you doing?
Okay, so there's two roles that are normally handled, which is either operating the radio itself, talking to the members calling in, and the second role is quite often the logging role. For a lot of this action, I was performing the logging role, where I would be listening into the radio, making notes of what's happening. If required, I would also raise messages and update statuses on a board for various activities.
I'm just wondering, Your Honour, if the witness could be provided with the brief of evidence, volume 1, into the inquest into the death of Vivian Chaplin.
Try and find that right now.
And if the court officer could turn to tab 13. Might not be there. Pardon me a moment. It's the inquest into the death of Vivian Chaplin, tab 13. From what I can see, Your Honour, I don't think it's the relevant document. Perhaps I can pass my marked copy for the benefit of those at the bar table. It commences at page 107 and following, and I'm showing the witness page 111.
Yes, consulates, okay.
Just take a moment, please, Mr. Stewart, to familiarise yourself with those operational logs. And do you see a number of entries for the 8th of November 2019?
Yes.
And is your writing?
That is correct.
And that was because at that moment in time you were performing the role of scribe.
That's correct.
And to break it down into lay terms, is a communication operator effectively a conduit between information that's coming from a fire ground into the fire control centre?
Yes. So we receive a number of message types from the field, from the trucks going out or that have arrived at a scene. And they will either be giving us information, situational information, or they may request some resources, and the comms operator will record that and then pass that to the relevant party.
And the relevant party, are you referring to incident management team officers or controllers?
Most of the traffic will be for a controller. Some traffic will be specifically to another section of the IMT that's well known, such as logistics or the plant operation requests or those sorts of activities.
And how is that information relayed from you or your colleague as an operations operator to the relevant IMT personnel?
In the case of the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre, it was well configured where the communications officer stand was at the front of the room and the controllers were actually sitting just behind for most of the main activity. So some of the messages are recorded on dockets and literally passed to the person, to the controller behind. Others are taken across the room to another area.
Just returning to that configuration to which you just referred, firstly, where were the speakers situated?
For that communication station, again, the operators were wearing headsets, but there was also for us to get a clear message to record and action. But there's also a station speaker, which was audible to most of the people in that area of the room.
And in terms of that speaker that was audible, what was the sort of the range you're talking about? 1 metre, 2 metres?
5 metres, I suppose. One of the actions of the communications was to try to keep outside noise down, so that because we interfere with our work anyway, but if any noise started generating in the area, we'd sort of keep it down, so that made it a bit clearer for people to hear it.
Now, going back into the log, do you see a log for 1636 or 35?
Yes.
Now, just take a moment to read that summary of that radio call. Do you have any specific recollection today of that call?
Specifically, the only thing that was notable at the time, it was probably one of the very few emergency category calls that I'd received or heard. So the response to it was, I would like to say, more detailed than it would be for a lot of the other status calls that we get. And tried to take the notes as best I could for the situation.
And when that call came over the speaker, are you able to describe to Her Honour today what the atmosphere was within the IMT when that emergency call was made?
Yes, certainly. When an emergency or one of the other high category calls comes through, it brought the attendance of a number of people to the station. So as I mentioned in my
When you
statement,
say the station,
to the comms area.
thank you.
So I was recording through most of this, but I did notice that people were approached the area of the station.
And prior to that radio call coming in at about 16:35 hours, had you, prior to that stage, taken any calls in relation to the Kangawalla fire or a fire that could impact Waitalaba?
I couldn't identify them specifically. I wouldn't know.
And thank you. And when you commenced your shift, and you said out in your statement that your shift commenced at 8 a.m. that day, was there any briefing to you or to your observations, other personnel, as to particular fires flaring up that day or not?
Not flaring up. Not notice of flaring up, I should say. The briefings were actually held in another room for the changeover. We receive there's a status to indicate which units are going to be going to which fires, initial planning, first thing in the morning. And that's the extent of what we had. And if there's a weather report or something like that to put out, we'll receive that. That's all. I don't recall anything specific about that day.
And do you recall anything about the forecasted weather, whether it was to be good, bad, or something in between?
No, and I probably wouldn't have.
Now, you've identified yourself as the scribe in terms of the operational logs. Who was the communications operator who was interacting with a person who called in?
Yeah, John Harper had that role.
And had you worked with Mr. Harper previously?
Many times.
And returning to the configuration, you've identified the IMT controllers that were near to the speaker or the communication station. Do you have a sense today of what other personnel were located nearby other than those IMT controllers?
Not particularly for that office. There were the plant team were over in a separate area, slightly separated area. The main ones that we interacted with throughout the day were the controllers who were right next to us. They were the main people that we would talk to. Several times they would help us to translate some of the station names that were calling in that were hard for us to understand.
And what was your understanding of the role that they performed, the IMT controllers?
As I understood, they were receiving the information from whoever was on scene and providing support as they could to whoever was in charge on the scene.
That concludes my questions. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. There may be some other questions.
Mr. Free.
No questions, Sharon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stewart.
Your Honour, the next two witnesses are to appear by AVL, and I understand that there needs to be some system checks. Would it be convenient to take a 7-minute early adjournment?
Certainly. We can resume then at 5 to 2.
No, pleasure.
Please, I'll stand. Coroners Court has reviewed.
Yes, that's
Your Honour, I call John Harper. He's on screen.
Mr. Harper, can you see and hear us okay in the courtroom? Yeah.
I can. Thank you very much, Your Honour.
All right, you'll just hear from the court officer now.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper, would you please state your full name?
John William Harper.
And are you presently working at the moment?
No, I'm happily retired, Mr. Cassidy.
Good to hear. Do you have with you a statement that you signed on or about the 13th of September 2022?
I do. I have it on a screen adjacent to me.
I just want to deal firstly with your experience as a firefighter. You've indicated in your statement at paragraph 2 that you worked as a firefighter for nearly 40 years. Did you hold any specific or specialist role during those 40 years that relates to either communications or incident controlling?
Yes, I was the first Deputy Fire Control Officer of the New South Wales Bushfire Service in 1970 at Sutherland. I then went to the Northern Territory where I was Chief Officer of the East Arnhem Land or the Arnhem Land Fire Services. I came back to New South Wales and was the Deputy Fire Control Officer at Port Stephens. And then from there I went to State Rail as the Manager of Fire and Life Safety and their rail services.
Had you, prior to November of 2019, worked in incident management teams managing fires?
Yes, not to the extent of the of these fires that Her Honour is investigating.
And on the 8th of November 2019, were you performing the role of a communications operator?
That is correct.
And at that time, were you a volunteer of the New South Wales Volunteer Rescue Association?
That's correct. There is a specialist communication squads under Volunteer Rescue New South Wales, and I was a member of that. I think at the time I was either president or operations manager of that squad.
And how long had you been a member of that specialist squad or unit at that time in November of 19?
Approximately 9 or 10 years.
And in that 9 or 10 years, had you performed the role of a communications operator in an IMT conducted by the RFS or not?
Not conducted by the RFS. We participated in many incident command centres to do with search and rescue and recovery and those type of incidents.
And coming to that period of time when you were embedded as the communications operator at the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre between 7 and 9 November of 2019, from your observations, were the systems that applied to you in that 3-day period much the same from what you'd experienced when you'd fulfilled the role in other incident management teams?
Yes, I've had the advantage of being in the state headquarters of the New South Wales Regional Rural Fire Service, so I'm aware of those sort of systems. And yes, it was a very much a smaller replica of that. To perhaps put it in scene, if I may, the comms desk is about 2 metres from a wall, about 8 metres or maybe 6 metres wide, which is completely a whiteboard. And there are 2 very large touch screens and about a half a dozen smaller TV screens, which are depicting maps of the area, weather conditions, and so on.
And on the 7th of November, the day before things took a turn for the community of Waitalaba on the 8th of November, was there any briefing about what was expected of you as a communications operator for the following day, to your recollection, or not?
Not specifically. I recall that we were being kept up to date with a weather forecast prediction for the day ahead and things of that nature, but you really wouldn't know what was happening until you started work on the day of the incidents.
Do you have any memory today, Mr. Harper, of being informed about forecasted bad weather for the 8th of November 2019?
I can't say that I do, but having worked there for about 4 days, I think, it was common knowledge that towards the afternoon, winds would pick up, temperatures would increase, and humidities would drop. So from that point of view, you were always alert that afternoons were, the worst period.
And in that period of time that you were situated at Glen Ennis, are you able to say how many fires may have been active at that time?
I don't have the exact number, but I think at the actual day that that's in question, there was at least a dozen fires burning that were being managed from within that incident command room.
And do you know today what the status of the Kangawalla fire was as at 8 November 2019?
I can't recall. I know it was on our disposition board and we were managing communications to and from there, but I don't recall the specific messages at the time.
We've heard from your colleague earlier today, Mr. Stewart, that you and he were performing the role of communications operators and that on the 8th of November he took on the role of scribe for a good part of the day. Does that accord with your recollection?
Absolutely, that is correct.
Have you in recent times seen the operation logs relevant to you, Mr. Stewart, for the 8th of November 2019?
Yes, I've been given a copy of those.
And have you refreshed your memory having regard to those operational logs?
I have.
And you've said in your statement at paragraph 16, I withdraw that paragraph 15, and if you need it, please turn it up, Mr. Harper. You say there were fire crews being positioned in Waitalaba, but there did not seem to be at that stage any urgency in the patrols and the firefighting they were undertaking. Are you able to elaborate on what you say in that paragraph?
At that time, which was early in the afternoon, there were fires burning, in numerous areas around the Glen Innes area, and there were brigades being moved into various positions. As I recall it, the concern around about that time was for the correctional centre located to the north of Waitalaba. I don't recall any urgency at that specific time of a fire developing into the Waitalaba area.
At some point, did you take a radio call from a crew member of the Waitalaba Brigade?
I took several, yes.
And was one of those a request that an emergency call be made?
Yes, that's correct.
And have you, by reference to the operation log, deduced that that may have been around 4:36, thereabouts, that afternoon?
That's correct.
Have you heard that radio broadcast recently?
Yes, I've had the advantage of listening to it this morning in your hearings.
And having heard that this morning, does it accord with what you've recorded in paragraphs 16 and 17?
Yes, it does.
Now, when you took that call, was it broadcast throughout the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre over the speaker?
Yes, to put things in perspective, as that was happening, the situation in the fire control centre became very focused and very intense, to the point where on my desk as the communications person, I had a rubber toy, a squeaky toy, so that if the ambient noise of people talking got too loud, you would just operate that a few times and everyone would know to be quiet. So that had been activated, and I'm aware that around me were the incident controller, operations officers and others, all listening to those messages.
And when that call, which you've heard this morning, as Her Honour has, came over the speaker, how would you describe the reaction or the mood within the Fire Control Centre when that call was made?
It changed acutely. Everybody became much more focused and started to, as I said, to gather around my communications position so that they were listening intently to the messages that were travelling backwards and forwards.
And at the time that that call came over the system, did you yourself have any appreciation as to the urgency of the situation in and around Waitalaba prior to that call being made?
I'm not aware of the geography of Waitalaba, and you know, there was a map in front of us, but that was all. But after a few years of experience, you can tell by listening to the voices of the brigade members that are calling in that the situation is dire and they need support as quickly as possible.
You've made an observation in paragraph 20 about a woman who was also present at the time that that particular call came over the system. Are you able to say how long that particular woman was in the Fire Control Centre prior to the broadcast being made?
Yes, I'm aware that she was moving around the incident control room from around about midday, maybe 1 o'clock, not particularly at my working position, but just generally in the incident control centre and being conducted around by other officers. However, when the emergency messages started to flow, as I said, everybody started to gather around the communications position, and I was aware that there was a lady standing behind me listening to what was happening.
And did you make any observations of her reaction to that emergency broadcast at about 4:35, 4:36 that afternoon?
Yes, at the time, either that specific messages or maybe one or two others, there were some names of people, of homes given and so on, and localities. And I was aware that she let out just a huge groan. It will stay with me for a very long time. And she literally ran out of the incident control room.
Do you have any recollection as to whether she said anything at about the time she let out that groan?
No, I'm not aware of anything.
How would you describe the rest of the afternoon and early evening of that day following that emergency call at 4:35, 4:36 p.m?
It was incredibly hectic. There were, as I recall it, there were a lot of activities around getting other brigades into the area, although, as I understood it, the road into Waitalabar was cut off, and there were, because no aircraft were operating, there was concern about refuelling the vehicles, about the refuge of the inhabitants of Waitalabar as to what they were doing. And so there was an intense period of messages to and fro, seeking clarification of what was happening there. And from memory, I think there was one woman that had been injured, that was in need of attention as well.
Given your experience as a communications operator and your particular experience within the Fire Control Centre at Glen Innes, do you see any scope based on those two experiences of improving any systems around communications and warning?
I'm just taking a while to think about that. I think the fact that the fire was not one that was running early in the day, in other words, that had spotted later in the day, the people within the incident control centres responded as well as they could, given the information that was being passed to them by the brigades in the field. So I'm not sure. I'm not privy to the planning arrangements and logistics and so on that are happening in other areas of the incident control centre. But from my perspective, things were escalating as they should.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. There may be some questions from Mr. Free. Otherwise, that concludes your examination.
No questions, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harper. You're excused.
Thank you.
Your Honour, the next witness is Carol Sparks, who's also joining by audio-visual link.
Ms. Sparks, can you see and hear us in the courtroom?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You'll just hear from the court officer now.
Okay.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Sparks. Mr. Castleton.
Ms. Sparks, would you please state your full name?
Eileen Sparks.
And are you a resident of Waitalabar?
I am.
And do you have with you this afternoon a statement that you signed on the 3rd of February 2022?
I do.
And have you read that statement recently?
Yes, I.
Are there any matters that require any correction?
I don't think so. There was a couple of typos. And orders. No, not really. No.
All right.
All pretty correct.
Thank you. I just want to take you back to November of 2019. At that time, were you the Mayor of Glen Innes?
I was, yes.
And were you aware in your role as the local mayor that there were a number of fires burning throughout the Glen Innes 7 local government area at that time?
Yes, I was aware of that. The Kangawalla fire, of course, was the major problem that we had, and council was providing help with that.
And moving to the 8th of November 2019, at that time, what is your recollection today as to the status of the Kangawalla fire as at the 8th of November 2019?
I would regard that as being highly dangerous, given the weather and the wind, the weather, the wind, the previous drought of 5 years or more. Everything was dry and everything was very volatile and extremely dangerous.
Yep. By the 8th of November 2019, did you have any appreciation or understanding as to whether the Kangawalla fire was active, it was going, whether it had been contained, whether it was under patrol or watching act? What was your understanding on the 8th of November as to its status in terms of its activity?
I was assured by the control centre that it was under control and that the area around the fire had been blacked out and that, we weren't, as far as I was aware, we weren't in danger. But on that day, I could see that we were in danger. And, it was very, very concerning that we weren't given a warning or, there weren't fire trucks down there to help us or, I believe that the control centre really believed that we weren't in danger.
What was it about the 8th of November that concerned you that the community of Waitalaba might be in danger that day?
Well, on that day, it was extremely hot, so, probably reaching 45 degrees. It was extremely windy. And of course, I've been told later, it was over 80 kilometres an hour, the wind. And given the dryness of what I knew was happening, because, I was regularly going down and feeding the animals and providing water as much as I could. So on that day, I was at my house and I realised that I needed to go to town to find out what was going on because I hadn't heard from anybody. And I left a message at the front gate, where my granddaughter was living. Went to town. On the way, I saw smoke and fire. When I got to the top of the hill, I rang 2 residents of Waitalaba, one the school and one a resident up near what we call Tommy's Rock, and he saw flames. So I went straight to the control centre in Glen Innes, which takes, 3/4 to an hour to get there. And when I went
pausing
in,
there,
yeah,
just to slow things down, if I may. About what time did you decide to head into Glen Innes to go to the fire control centre?
Oh, look, I'm a bit confused about the timing, but it was between 12 and 2, but definitely, around 1 o'clock, I would say, I visited the control centre.
And do I understand your evidence that you've just given now and what's also contained in paragraph 8 of your statement, that the reason that you decided to take that 45-minute drive from Waitalaba to Glen Innes was that you had not heard any reports from the RFS?
That's correct, yes. I didn't hear anything at all.
What were you expecting to hear from them?
Well, that we're in danger and that we may have to evacuate the village. But there was nothing like that.
By that time, when you'd formed the view that you ought to go into Glen Innes to find out what was going on, had you been made aware through your own observations or any conversations with any person that there was fire heading towards Waitalaba?
Well, as I stated, not at Waitalaba, but when I got to what we call the big hill, the top of the hill, where we get phone reception. I rang the school and I rang Thomas Jenner, and he said he saw flames coming around Tommy's Rock heading towards us. So given the heat and the wind and the smoke and the black smoke that I saw on the way up during my drive up the mountain, I knew that we were in danger. I knew it, and that's why I went to the control centre straight away.
At this time, did you yourself, as a matter of practice, utilise the Fires Near Me app?
No, I didn't. I was unable to get onto that. Later on, I did hear that the Fires Near Me app had come on, but then it went out again. So, people were, I guess, wondering what was going on with that app. Because it did come up and then it went out, according to witnesses of that, what happened. But I
just want you to focus on your own actions, if that's
Yep.
all right, please, Ms. Sparks.
Yes.
Now, when you got to the Fire Control Centre,
Yes.
Was there a particular person that you sought out to discuss your concerns with?
Well, the people that were involved with the fire, which was the State Forests, National Parks and RFS, were all in the control centre room, and they were surrounding the map and looking at where the fire
I think
they
we've lost.
said, RFS personnel. Hello.
Ms. Sparks, we just lost you for a moment. We might have to ask, would you repeat what you've just said?
We lost audio when you said we're looking at maps.
Yeah, they were looking at maps and said,
and when you say they, are you referring to people from the RFS, New South Wales Forestry and National Parks and Wildlife?
Yeah, yes.
All right,
They were
continue,
surrounding
please.
the table with the maps. And they said, no, it is all safe. It's, there's no fires coming up there. And I said, well, I've just driven from there and I know that the fire is approaching Waitalaba and we are in danger.
And what was the response from that collective of agencies you've described?
I can't really. It was, they did disbelief. They didn't believe me. That's what I felt. That they didn't believe what I was saying. So I began to get upset, as I am now, actually. That's weird. And then as I was being escorted out, I heard our deputy captain from our own Waitalaba Fire Brigade calling for help and saying that they were being attacked by embers. Waitalaba was on fire and they were heading back to the station and to the community to protect their own homes and lives.
I'll just play some audio of a call that was made around 4:35 p.m. And listen closely, and then I'll ask you some questions about that call. Radio call, that is. Bear with us, please, Ms. Spark. We've got an issue at our end now.
Waitalaba 7.
Penalba 7, send your emergency message.
We have fire impacting the whole of the west end of Waitalaba. It is an extremely dangerous situation. We are pulling as many people out as we can.
Roger, are there any of your crews in imminent danger?
Just radioed them and told them to get out, but that's, hey?
Ms. Sparks, does that bring back any memories?
Certainly does.
Was that the call to which you've just referred?
Yep, that
in
was
your
a call.
evidence?
Yes, yes.
And who was the gentleman that we could hear making that emergency call from Waitalaba?
That was the Deputy Captain, Brett Miller.
Now, when that call came over the speaker system at the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre, doing the best you can, how long do you think you may have been at the control centre by that time?
Oh, I must have been there an hour, maybe. I'm sorry, I can't remember the exact times, but that was definitely the call.
And is it your recollection today that when you first arrived at the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre, you informed people from the National Parks and Wildlife Service, New South Wales Forestry and RFS that Waitalaba was on fire?
Yes. Yep.
And that you were informed that according to their maps it was not?
Yes, absolutely right.
And did you ask them whether they would render any assistance to Waitalaba?
Yes,
when
I
you
did.
informed them?
Yes, I asked for help.
And what were you told?
I'm just trying to remember. They weren't keen. There was other things happening, obviously, and you know, they gave me the impression that they didn't believe that we're in danger.
And are you able to identify any particular individual by name that you spoke to about these concerns of yours?
Well, I guess I got taken out by some of the members of the RFS in Glen Innes. So I was taken out of there and told to wait outside. I was shouting a bit, I must say. I was very frustrated that they didn't believe me and that, you know, I was really worried about my granddaughter as well. And my husband was heading down as well. It was just a very, you know, anxious time. And I was worried about my family and also being mayor, I was worried about the community as well. So, you know, I had a bit of pressure on. I was taken out by, I think it was, it was one of the RFS
if you're
gentlemen.
uncertain, I don't want you to guess. Please don't
Yeah,
guess.
no, I'm not guessing.
If you're uncertain, please say so.
Yeah.
And prior to being, as you've termed it, escorted out of the control centre, had you on your own mobile phone received any alerts or notifications of the fire impacting Waitalaba?
No, none.
Now, we've heard some evidence today about the communications limitations or difficulties that can be faced by residents of Waitalaba in terms of black spots and not everyone having a landline and those types of issues. Are you, as a resident of Waitalaba, able to indicate how those communication limitations or difficulties could be addressed to improve communications for a remote community such as Waitalaba?
Yeah, I think that, a tower, a mobile tower would be very handy, and people advised perhaps to get landlines back on because a lot of those were burned. So, or, there's the new Sky Mesh or those types of things, the satellites, advising people to make sure that they've got communications would be a good idea. I mean, some people it's expensive and some people don't want them. I can understand that. But the connection's very difficult because we're in the mountains with gullies and, hills and all sorts of things. But I think that if we had a mobile tower, perhaps at the top end of our property, at the height of, the centre of the property, it might be useful. The school has pretty good connections. So, warnings could be given to the school and that could be relayed to the community. Those sorts of things.
Her Honour has received some evidence about the use of Channel 5 within the Waitalaba community.
Yeah.
Does that work efficiently from your perspective? We might have missed
mobile service together.
Ms. Sparks, could you just repeat that last answer? We lost you, unfortunately.
Sorry. You have to have mobile to get Channel 5.
And what about on the UHF system?
That's not up and running really. It's only sort of a few people that have that.
And is there a local Facebook page that can be utilised by members of the Waitalaba community for notifications?
Yeah. That's Channel 5. And that's okay if you can get the connection, the Wi-Fi connections.
So it's linked to internet speed and coverage?
Yeah.
Ms. Sparks, thank you for your time this afternoon. I'll just see if there's any other questions. Otherwise, we'll get your way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of brief questions, Your Honour. Ms. Sparks, I hope you can see and hear me. My name is Mr. Free. I appear for the RFS and other agencies. I just want to ask you about the timing of things in your visit to Glen Innes. So I gather you were asked to wait outside at some point. Is that right?
Yes, it was. Yes.
And was that partly because you'd become a bit upset?
Yes.
And were you upset because of the conversation you've described about trying to convey your concerns about Waitalaba?
Yes.
Okay. And was that then? Did that then follow on sort of immediately from that conversation that you got upset and there was some noise and you were asked to wait outside?
Yeah. I was asked to escort it outside and the police officer was very helpful that I ran into out there. He actually went and found my granddaughter for me.
Thank you. And I'm just trying to understand the timing. So did that happen just sort of a few minutes or several minutes after the conversation you'd had about your concerns about Waitalaba?
That would have been after I'd spoken to them, tried to get some, recognition of my concern. Like I said, basically they didn't it appeared that they didn't believe me when I said we were in trouble down there.
And you were upset about that, I gather. I'm just trying to understand how long after that you think you went out.
Well, it must have been, like I'm surprised that was the call from Brett was so late. So I must have come in to the control centre later than I thought. But I wasn't in there very long. I think they were just trying to work out what they were doing and basically told that it was too dangerous for them to help. Yeah.
So if you overheard that call coming in from Brett at about 4:30, you know now that was the timing of that call. Do you think that conversation you had was shortly before that?
Half an hour, around half an hour either side of that timing.
Okay, so it happened before you were asked to wait outside, I take it?
Yes.
So probably sometime between 4 and 4:30.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honour. Thank you, Ms. Sparks.
Thanks very much, Sparks. You're excused. Thanks very much. Really appreciate making yourself available.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your Honour, Angela Burford is the next witness who's appearing in person.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do. Thank you, Ms. Burford. And seat, thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Mr. Harker.
Would you please state your full name?
Angela Burford,
Your occupation?
Senior Media and Communications Officer
With the
with the New
RFS?
South Wales Rural Fire Service.
And your current business address?
Sydney Olympic Park.
Ms Burford, have you prepared a statement for the purposes of these proceedings?
Yes, I have.
And is that statement dated the 14th of September 2022?
Yes.
And I understand you wish to make a correction to that statement.
Yes, in paragraph 17. The first sentence, a total of 11 emergency alerts were issued.
So it should read 11 and not 14.
Correct.
Is there any other aspect of your statement which you would like to amend?
No.
Ms Burford, how long have you been a member of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service?
Just over 10 years.
As an employed member?
Salaried staff and volunteer.
And are you also currently a volunteer member of the RFS?
Yes, I am.
Which brigade are you attached to?
Wamberal Brigade on the Central Coast.
Central Coast. And when did you first act as a public liaison officer?
In 2019.
2019, this fire season?
Yes.
And was your first deployment as a public liaison officer to the Glen Innes Armdale IMT?
Yes. And
since that time, have you acted as a public liaison officer in incident management teams on other fires?
On the same incident management team at Glen Innes, but yes, on multiple occasions thereafter.
Just firstly, I'd just like to get an understanding of what your responsibilities are as a public liaison officer. Can you give us a brief overview of your responsibilities as a public liaison officer within an incident management team?
Sure. So I guess there's three key streams. It's the coordination of messaging to the community, so engaging with the community at risk or potentially at risk in future. Also the management of media and also the public information and warnings coordination.
In terms of the engagement of the community at risk or potentially at risk, Are you involved in the identification of communities at risk or potentially at risk?
Yes, I am. I work with the other functional heads within the incident management team to identify communities which may come under risk.
And which functional heads do you work with?
Primarily planning and operations, and heavily, obviously, having that conversation with the incident controller as well.
And planning, is planning responsible for fire prediction?
Yes, correct.
And so how would you go about determining, I'll withdraw that. Would you wait to receive information from those teams before preparing a public liaison plan?
No, there's a range of sources of information that I would go to identify what communities may be at risk, as well as different varying levels of vulnerabilities within those communities, which is a key factor in developing the public liaison plan. But as I said, the fire predictions and other items that the planning team produce are key items in determining those communities.
What sources of information would you use?
Everything from looking at Google Maps to see if I'm aware of which direction the fire is heading, to previous history of whether those communities have been impacted, which is through our internal system called the COP, to previous media articles or previous community meetings that may have been held in those towns, for example.
And you also mentioned, I think, identifying particular communication difficulties in communities. How would you go about doing that?
That primarily, I would seek local knowledge in that instance. So not being from Northern Tablelands myself, I, in that instance, spoke to someone locally. I don't know who it was at the time. Obviously, I can't recall. It's been some time, but I would have sought out local knowledge to ascertain those sorts of factors.
So turning to your time in Glen Innes Armidale IMT, did you first arrive, was it the 27th of October?
I believe it was the 27th or 28th, yes.
And would you speak to one person or multiple people to get that local knowledge?
As many people as I can.
And would you do it on an entire LGA basis, or would you identify particular areas in which you would require information?
In a perfect world, if there was only one fire, then I would, of course, seek out as many people as humanly possible to get as much information to make the best decisions I can. In that instance, when there was a number of fires burning, it was a matter of triaging the most important information as quickly as possible.
When you initially arrived at Glen Innes Armidale, did you speak to anyone specifically about the Waitalaba community?
I can't recall.
Did you receive any information about communication difficulties experienced by the Waitalaba community?
I do recall that being a factor that I was aware of.
Do you recall how you became aware of that factor?
No.
Do you recall what the particular communication difficulties in the Waitalaba community were?
Primarily due to the terrain in that location, and that people choose to live in a remote location, being that they're deep in a valley. Naturally, there are telecommunications challenges in that sort of a location.
Were you aware that some people may not have had telephone communications at all?
I can't recall specifically in relation to telephone, but I knew, broadly speaking, there were challenges.
Turning to the public liaison plan, what does that include?
So I guess the first section of the document is an overview of that incident or that fire, with the key areas that are identified as risk or potential risk that we need to look at. And then it goes down into detail for each of those areas, detailing what the current situation is with the predictions that we're aware of, what messaging may need to be issued in the future. But naturally, as things change, that document may change as well.
So it's updated from time to time?
Yes.
What dictates when the plan is updated?
Significant changes primarily. So changes in weather, for example.
In weather?
Yeah.
And how would you be made aware of those changes in weather?
Again, usually from the planning cell, but sometimes operations, if it is a short reactive update in the weather that's come from the fire ground.
So did you develop a public liaison plan for the Kangaroo fire?
I did, yes.
Did that include polygons for emergency warnings?
Yes.
When did you prepare those polygons?
I can't recall the exact date, but it was towards the end of October from memory.
And when did you prepare the plan?
Again, I can't recall the exact date, but I believe it was the end of October.
And did that plan include White Talbot?
No, it did not.
Why didn't it include White Talbot?
At that point, the fire was primarily being influenced by easterly winds or east-southeasterly winds, and the primary area of concern was to the west, primarily around Shannon Vale.
And that information in relation to the winds, did you get that from the planning team?
I can't recall, but I would imagine so.
So prior to the 8th of November, were you notified or did you become aware of the likely weather conditions on that day?
We knew it was going to be a bad day, yes.
When you say you knew it was going to be a bad day, what were the features of the forecast that suggested it would be a bad day?
Warmer conditions, hot winds, dry fuel, just a bad mix of weather.
And what were the forecast winds?
I can't recall exactly for that morning.
Do you recall the direction of the winds that were forecast?
From memory, from the northwest, but keeping in mind I was aware of the weather conditions for the entire perimeter of that Section 44 declaration.
Certainly, there are a number of fires that you were attending to at the time. Do you recall how many fires?
I would say approximately 14 at that time.
14 fires. And on the 8th of November, you issued 11 emergency alerts, is that right? And that included the emergency alert in relation to the Kangaroo fire. In relation to, in the lead up to the 8th of November, were you provided with any fire prediction maps for the Kangaroo fire that covered the 8th of November?
Yes, I was.
And what did those fire prediction maps show in relation to White Talbot?
With that predicted change in wind that it would potentially move towards the east as opposed to what it was doing at the time. But in saying that, it was predicted that by the 9th of November, it would move as far as still a kilometre south of Waitalaba, and that prediction is done so without the consideration of any fire suppression. So worst case scenario showed us that it wasn't going to impact Waitalaba even the day after.
Did you consider having, I'll withdraw that. When did you first receive that prediction map?
On the 1st of November.
And did you consider, given it would be 1 kilometre south of Waitalaba, whether you should extend the public liaison plan to include Waitalaba?
Not at that time, primarily because of the immediate concern of other fires under our control.
Did you determine it would be something to be dealt with at a later date, pending the conditions?
Yes, and considering that fire prediction map in conjunction with the fact that the fire was at patrol status, which meant that there was, for all intents and purposes, no immediate threat that we were aware of.
And was there any prediction map prepared between that map that you were referring to and the 8th of November to take into account the particularly bad conditions?
Not that I'm aware of. There was one completed shortly after receiving intel from the field that it had taken a turn.
So in your statement, you refer to the day of the 8th of November as a particularly bad one in respect of conditions. and you say that when there was some reprieve, you're identifying communities that were potentially going to be impacted and pre-populating emergency warning messaging. At that time, in the morning, were you aware of any updates in relation to the Kangawalla fire?
No, just that it was still at patrol with minimal to no fire activity at all.
Was in amongst the remainder of the IMT, was there any discussion about the Kangawalla fire that you heard?
No, not that I recall.
When did you first become aware that the Kangawalla fire had become more active again?
I can't recall the exact time, but I recall mid to late afternoon.
Do you have a copy of your statement with you at all? Could you possibly please turn to the log?
You mean my incident logbook?
Your incident logbook,
I
yeah,
don't
that's
have a copy of that with me, sorry.
Could the witness please be provided a copy? It's volume 3 of the Kangawalla brief. It's page 755. Thanks. I've got it. Was that page 755 that you have open, Ms. Burford?
Yes.
Could you please go to the entry at 1550? And does that read in relation to the name or call sign Kangawalla?
Yes.
And then it says next to that, reignition properties along Browns Road.
Yes.
Having read that, do you recall that 350 was about the time you first became aware of the Kangawalla fire?
I would say so, yes.
Do you recall how you became aware?
No, I don't.
I'll just approach that in a slightly different way. If a telephone call was made to the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre in relation to a particular fire, let's take the Kangawalla fire here, how would the information from that phone call make its way to you?
Generally speaking, whoever takes the call would write it on a phone message template. And if they're aware that it's of interest to me as the public liaison officer, then they would hand it to me for me to action.
And would in your experience as a public liaison officer, would a message to the effect that a fire has reignited and is potentially affecting properties along a particular road, would that be something that would ordinarily be provided to you?
Potentially, either myself or the operations officer.
And what form it would be provided to you in written form? And does that written form, does it provide a summary of the phone call or a full transcript? So just a summary?
Yes, it has room for the time the phone's taken, who it was from, the phone number if possible, and the message.
And so what you've written here in your log in relation to that information, that wouldn't encompass the message that you were given. That's just a shorthand summary of what it entailed. Is that right?
Yes, I would imagine so.
So after you received that message at 3:50, what did you do then?
I can't recall my immediate actions, but I do recall at some stage I approached the operations officer to seek ground truthing whether that was accurate information or not.
Who is the officer?
I cannot recall from that day.
And when you were seeking ground truthing, what kind of information were you expecting to get back from operations?
Confirmation that the reports are true, that there is a reignition of the fire, where it's heading, whether there are properties impacted. It's critical that I get that information before acting on it and communicating with the public, because one of the considerations for my messaging is messaging fatigue. When we do create panic, if there is misinformation, it's to our detriment with the ongoing messaging to them if we lose their trust by providing false information.
Did you approach operations after having spoken with anyone else?
So I don't understand the question.
Did you approach operations yourself, or did you first consult with somebody else and then approach operations?
I think the first thing that I did was approach operations.
Did you approach the incident controller?
I can't recall.
After you approached operations, how long did it take them to come back to you to validate the information?
I don't recall the exact amount of time, sorry.
So you referred to before ground truthing. Who provides that ground truthing?
Ideally, firefighters in the field at that location. Otherwise, aircraft if we have it on hand.
If aircraft were grounded, you'd be entirely dependent upon firefighters in the field.
Correct.
And how many levels of verification do you require before you're satisfied that the information is in fact correct?
It's dependent case by case, but if we have reports back from an officer in the field that is the case, then that's what we'll take as the information.
If the initial report comes from an officer in the field, will you usually conduct ground truthing?
Yes.
Were you aware at the time of the number of resources on the ground in relation to the Kangaroo fire?
From what I recall, it was just local crews as it was just being patrolled.
And you're not aware, are you, of what the operations did for the purposes of obtaining verification?
No, not precisely.
So you say in your statement that at paragraph 19, could you please turn to that?
Sorry, just before you move on, Mr. Huckett, I just want to clarify something about the getting the verification, and if the call has come, or notification has initially come from someone who's a firefighter in the field, as it did, as I understand, you said you would still need further verification?
I do recall on this particular occasion, it was incredibly surprising that fire had reignited, and hence I wanted to make absolutely sure that it was the case before sending out any messaging. I did immediately go away and prepare messaging if that was the case, so we were ready to go. But as I said, it was very important, as I was aware that this community was well aware of not only the Kangaroo fire, but a previous fire for a number of weeks. And as I said, I didn't want to be sending them incorrect messaging, so that was my priority.
I understand. I'm just not, I don't know that I understand completely. Who would you send to do the ground truthing if it already is a firefighter who's giving you the notification? A different firefighter, or?
In that instance, yes.
From a different team?
Whoever's available in the field at the time.
Okay, thanks.
In determining that, you would, sorry, Your Honour, may I continue?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd just like to continue on the avenue that Your Honour was pursuing. When you are informed, so if the information comes from a firefighter, and there is a risk to a community that is imminent, will you still conduct ground truthing?
Potentially not. But as I said, case by case is different.
And how do you determine whether a risk is imminent or not?
Again, by all available resources, whatever crew we have in the field, aircraft, local knowledge, etc.
And was there any indication in the correspondence that was given to you from the phone call that came from the field that there was an imminent risk at all to a particular community?
No, a potential risk.
So you indicated before that you immediately started preparing, I think it was wording for an emergency warning. How did you determine what community that emergency warning should be targeted at?
From the initial call or report of where it was and where it was heading, the fire prediction modelling, the weather that day, and then the ongoing phone calls that I was receiving or making.
How long did it take you to form a view that the wording should relate to the Waitalaba community?
Immediately, that was the only community that we knew was potentially coming under threat.
And you mentioned fire prediction. What fire prediction are you referring to?
Well, initially the one from the 1st of November, that it was heading in a broadly an easterly direction from where it was, and then the fire prediction that was done once we requested it at that time.
When did you request the fire prediction?
I did not. I don't know who in the IMT did.
Did you consult anyone within the IMT about there being a need to carry out a fire prediction map for the Kangaroo fire?
Not at that time, no.
But that fire prediction map eventually came to you?
Yes, correct.
And was it after that map came to you that you determined to prepare an emergency warning for the Waitalaba community?
No, I did so immediately.
Did so immediately. And do you recall what the wording was of the emergency warning that you were preparing?
If I can just refer to my notes. If not prepared and the path is clear, head towards Waitalaba Community Hall.
I'll come back to that. When you've decided to prepare for an emergency warning, do you consult with the incident controller and let the incident controller know that it's coming?
Yes, I consult with the incident controller and the state public liaison officer.
And did you consult with the incident controller, Mr. Williams, in this case?
Yes.
And do you recall when you first approached him to tell him that you were preparing an emergency warning?
No, I don't recall what time it was.
Mr. Williams has his own log, which I'll take you to now. It's in the same bundle. It's at tab 51. Is there a tab 51 in that folder you have, Ms. Pepper? Thank you. And it's at page 600, and just bear with me for one moment. $617. Have you got that open? If you could please go to about halfway down the page, 411 is the entry. And that record says Kangaroo jumped. Do you know what the E in the circle stands for?
I don't know.
Towards Waitalaba, polygon on. Could it be that, having regard to this entry in Mr. Williams's log, that you informed this incident controller at 4:11 p.m?
Potentially.
And what would you have been doing in the interim before initially receiving the information at 3:50 and then approaching the incident controller.
As well as liaising, as I said, with the operations team, liaising with the State Public Liaison Officer to provide an update and bounce my ideas off him, and also preparing a polygon and associated messaging, ascertaining exactly what resources we have there, any other ways we can communicate with that community.
Now, when you spoke to the State Public Liaison Officer, is that Inspector Shepherd?
That's correct.
I think you state in your statement at paragraph 19 that Inspector Shepherd agreed with you that if the intel we had received was true, that an emergency alert needed to be issued as there was nothing else that could be done to notify the community. So did you consider alternative means to notify the community of Waitalaba?
Once we had the accurate information confirmed again, then we agreed that there was nothing else that we could do at that point in time.
So this conversation is after you've heard back from operations?
I would imagine so, yes.
And did you consider potentially contacting the brigade captain in the Waitalaba community to see what he could do to alert residents in the community?
No, not specifically. I was aware that the Waitalaba Brigade was active that day.
Were you told at any time about a telephone call from the captain of the Waitalaba Brigade?
Not that I can recall.
During that period of time, between your call with Inspector Shepherd, you're waiting to hear back from operations in relation to the ground truthing, were you provided any updates in relation to the Kangawalla fire?
I can't recall the chronology, I'm sorry, but I do recall trying to overhear constant messages through radios and phone calls as best I could to try and get information as I was doing my work to prepare the community messaging.
So were you located close to the radios and the comms team?
I was a few metres away behind a petition.
And could you hear the radio communications that were going on at the time?
Somewhat, not clearly, but yes.
I'll come back to that in a moment. But I understand that according to the intel report that has been provided from the RFS, at about 4:16, a polygon was submitted to state operations. Was that the polygon for an emergency warning to Waitalaba?
Yes.
How long would it ordinarily take you to prepare a polygon?
Within a matter of minutes.
So it's at 4:16 p.m. It's 26 minutes after first being notified at 3:50. Why that delay?
I can't recall specifically.
And did you brief the incident controller prior to the incident controller having a call with state operations in relation to the emergency warning?
Yes.
Were you on the call?
I was present in the room.
During the call? Do you recall the call?
Vaguely.
I might have it played if it's possible. It's at 4:25 p.m. Just have it ready and I'll 4:25 p.m. Just while that's getting ready, I'll just ask you a few more questions. So when you briefed the incident controller, did you discuss with the incident controller the appropriate alert level?
Yes.
And what was it that you discussed, or what did you say to the incident controller about the alert level?
When the emergency alert was sent out, it was to escalate it to emergency warning alert level.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
Yes.
4:25 p.m. Sorry, you're on screen. Just to assist those who are assisting me, I can give a more specific. Yes.
Stat Ops.
Last speaking.
Hello, Kangawalla.
Correct.
Can you go listen with Pete, sorry mate? Kangawalla, and your message?
Will the Ember attack, so and be aware.
Okay, thanks. I'll just transfer you through.
Thank you for calling the New South Wales Rural Fire.
I wish to skip maybe 25 seconds so we don't have to remain on hold with the RFS.
When will you leave?
Okay, Commissioner online.
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Deputy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Media.
Yeah.
Okay, I have Mark Williams online for the Kangawalla fire in Glen Innes. Go ahead, Mark, with the update.
Afternoon. The Coroners Court became active a short time ago. It's been on patrol status for some time. Local crews have reported significant fire to the fire breach containment lines moving to the east towards the community of Waitalabar. That community has been protected previously by an earlier fire this declaration. However, there is now Ember impact into that community. We request we're going to go to WA3 and a message to the Waitalabar community, which the polygon has been sent in, target area out shelter for shelter in place. Oh, sorry, not shelter in place, but Ember attack warning.
Okay, so I'm just having a look. We've got those polygons in Icon. I've got Charlie and Bravo.
No, it's a negative. It's a delta, and it's the Waitalabar community. It's been done by hand and sent in.
Okay, we haven't got that in COP, so I'll have to get that uploaded, so I understand that. So it'll be Ember, prepare for Ember attack.
Correct. That's in the intel, that document.
Okay.
I've got it now.
Okay, Media's got that. Resources on the ground, thanks.
Local resources only, vicinity of live appliances. All aircraft are currently grounded due to wind conditions.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Commissioner, any questions?
So we're leaving this one at watch and act, but just issuing the alert for Ember.
For Ember attack, correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy?
Negative.
Media?
No, we're right.
Okay, thanks, Mark. We'll grab that polygon. We'll give you a call once it's good to go. And just confirming you'll upgrade it to watch and act through.
Correct, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you recall that telephone call?
I do now. The emergency alert I was referring to before was when we then later escalated it to emergency warning.
So prior to that, it was to be kept at watch and act?
Yes.
And for Ember attack warning. Why was it kept at watch and act?
At that time, from what I recall, we had intel that there was Ember attack only, not direct fire front impacting on the community.
And who made the determination for it to stay at watch and act 3 before the call with the Commissioner?
It's a decision made by the incident controller in conjunction with the public liaison officer.
Does the two of you make that decision?
It's under my recommendation, but it's a decision made by the incident controller.
And your recommendation was WA3?
At that point in time, yes.
And the information in relation to Ember attack, what was that information, do you recall?
I can't recall.
You indicated in your statement that you're concerned that there would be very likely property loss. At the time when you recommended Watch and Act 3, did you still think there was some time before property loss was likely to occur?
I can't recall the chronology of those decisions or receiving that information.
So are you familiar with the, I'll withdraw that. Can you describe what the criteria are for a Watch and Act 3 alert, please?
So for a Watch and Act alert level, the messaging is that the risk has increased and we ask people to take action now to protect themselves and their properties.
In determining a Watch and Act 3, do you take into account the likely time to impact?
Yes.
And what is the likely time to impact for a Watch and Act 3?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
If I might just show you a document. If Ms. Burford could please be shown from the general brief. I believe it's volume 3. I'll be able to give you a page in one moment. It's just after 2,500. Two 2,503. That's mine. Bear with me. Tab 28. Yeah. 2,503. What's the last page in that document?
1243.
Sorry, it must be probably volume 5. This is the perils of operating electronically. Your Honour, apologies.
Probably.
2,503. It's tab 28. That looks like the right volume. Sorry, Miss Burford, for the waiting, Your Honour. So have you got that page open? And that contains a grid under the heading 7.2, assessing the alert level. And looking at that in WA3, what are the criteria for a WA3 alert level?
Severe fire danger index and time to impact 2 to 6 hours.
So at the time that the WA3 warning was issued, was it your view that the time to impact would be 2 to 6 hours?
I can't recall, but I would say so, yes.
And was that view shared by the incident controller?
Yes.
And what was the basis for that view?
That it was ember attack impacting not the fire front, that it was still some distance away from my Talaba.
And where did you get that information from? Did you consult with prediction?
Yes, there was a, if you can call it a rapid fire prediction developed that suggested that we still had a couple of hours before the fire front would impact by Talaba if it did.
And what's a rapid fire prediction?
In that instance, a short-term prediction of what the fire is likely to do if not suppressed in the next couple to few hours.
Is it prepared on a map or is it just
Yes.
sort of in writing? And were you reliant upon that prediction?
As well as whatever other information I had. It was one of the tools, yes.
And what were the other tools?
Intel from the field, from what I recall.
And by that time, 4:25, do you recall what that intel was?
No, I don't.
So I'll just refer you to another document, which was in the Kangawalla brief. Do you still have that with you? And it's the same page that I took you to before, 617, which is Mr. Williams's, the incident controller's log. At 4:20, he details a call or communication between a Mark and a PM. Do you know who PM is?
At a guess, it may be Peter McKechnie as the State Operations Controller, but I'm not sure.
Were you in this telephone call?
No.
If you go down after the first lines to the next PM, after 4:20, it says PM White Talbot burnt, ? And do you see the response to that?
Yes.
And does that response, so do you know what the S in the circle and the N in the circle means?
No, I have no idea.
Could it be south?
I'd be guessing, I don't know.
So at that time, the first answer to that question is yes, S. So the answer is yes, S, but not N. Having regard to that, did you have intel at the time that at least part of White Talbot was already burnt?
Not that I recall, but that's my recollection.
It was after that call, 4:20, that was the call with State Operations at 4:25, which we played before. And immediately prior to that call, did you have a conversation with the incident controller?
I can't recall, but I would have briefed before the call, as in provided the predetermined checklist for the call.
And did the incident controller indicate to you any information that he was aware of as to whether part of White Talbot had been burnt or not?
No, I don't recall that.
So for withdraw that, the call with the State Command was at 4:25 PM. That's 35 minutes after you initially became aware of the Kangawalla fire flaring up again. And you've given some evidence about what was going on in that time. But once you submitted the polygon at 4:16 PM to State Operations, why was there a 9-minute delay between that and the call at 4:25?
I can't recall specifically, but what I do recall is that a number of fires under our control were at emergency warning at that point in time, and we had issued an emergency alert for another fire as well. This was unfortunately not the only focus. We were juggling a number of incidents.
When was that earlier emergency alert issued?
I don't recall.
Is it in your log during that period between 3:50 PM and say 4:30?
Are you able to tell me what tab my log is in, sorry.
I'll tell you, it's all right. It's at page 617. Is that right? Her log. Sorry, I misdirected you to Mr. Williams's log. Just be with me. Bear with me for one moment.
I think I found mine.
I'll be able to tell you 755. Thank you.
And following.
I can answer your question now. From my notes at 3:20, I've noted liberation, escalate to emergency warning, EA sent for both. So it would have been around about that time.
EA sent for. So it says 1445 next to Kangawalla EW5 Waitalba Community Hall. Should that be 1645?
Yes, it would be, yes.
Just before I move on, would you agree that if part of Waitalba had been burnt at 4:20, that the alert level of WA3 at 4:25 was incorrect?
In that hypothetical, yes, but that's not what I recall.
So ultimately, at say 14:45, your log records EW5 Waitalba Community Hall properties are not defendable. Was that a view that you came to independently?
It was from seeking local knowledge, potentially days before or at that time.
Well, this indicates that there's been a change, it appears. Was there any recommendation before 4:45 that there be an evacuation to the Waitalba Community Hall?
No, all I can recall is information from the local brigade members, which was that the safest place for people to be would be that hall, and that's where their preference was for them to be. Of course, they know their community better than I would.
How did you find out that information?
I don't recall.
Were you at any time near the radio as calls were coming in that afternoon in relation to Waitalba?
From what I do remember, I was primarily at the desk where I was seated between there and the incident controller's office.
And if a radio message came through that everyone should go to the Waitalba Community Hall, say from a member of the Waitalba Brigade, how would that have come to you?
It either would have been an individual physically walking over to me to verbally tell me, or on a written message, but I don't recall how I did receive that.
When you're looking for information in a particular fire, are you reliant upon the messages that are being passed to you, or do you check on the icon system?
As I said, I check as many resources as possible within time and resource constraints.
And before, you indicate in your log that you're asked to call 11450 Old Grafton Road, Die Hard, and Mr. Tonks. Were you told what that call was to, what Mr. Tonks's initial call related to?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
I think you state in your statement, just bear with me for one moment, I believe it was paragraph 19. Can you go to that?
Paragraph 20.
That's correct, paragraph 20. So you received a call, a message of concern for the owner's welfare for 1450 Old Grafton Road. Was that one of the pieces of information that you relied upon to form the view that prior to issuing the emergency warning that houses were then directly under threat and directly affected by fire?
I cannot recall, but I would imagine so.
Prior to being informed that there was a message in relation for, so I withdraw that, prior to being informed that there was a message that residents should go to the White Talbot Community Hall, were you aware that the White Talbot Community Hall was the location for an evacuation? People from White Talbot? Is that some of the information that you usually would have sought to obtain in obtaining local knowledge of a particular area? So you'd call up the community. So would you call the brigade and find out where the evacuation points are?
Potentially. First and foremost, an officer within the district team that look after that district or rural fire district, or potentially if it is listed as a neighbourhood safer place, or part of any evacuation plans in the district pre-incident plans.
So in addition to the work that you do in communicating with the community directly, do you have any role in the provision of information via the Fires Near Me app?
Indirectly, yes.
And how indirectly do you have that involvement?
The information that I provide either through the ICON Intel log or verbally over the phone to the state public liaison team prompts them to update the major fire update, which is the information that shows from a link from a specific incident if there is an MFU attached to it. So a major fire update.
And so in preparing that log, you're in terms of determining the alert level, you're speaking with the incident controller and he's determining that, and then you're putting it in, say, a situation report?
Potentially, it kind of all happens at once, to answer your question.
Now, in this circumstance, initially at 4:46, now this is after your log records at 4:45 that it's upgraded to EW5. A major fire update is entered by the State Media Division, and that records the alert level as watch and act. Do you know why there would be a discrepancy between the determination that's been made at your level with the incident controller and what's published in the major fire update?
Sorry, could you ask the question again?
So at 4:46 p.m, there's a major fire update entered in relation to the Kangawalla fire. And I can just, and that states as the alert level, watch and act. Now that's 1 minute after the note in your log that it's moved to EW5. Do you know why there would be a discrepancy between the alert level that's been determined and the alert level that's published as a major fire update?
In that instance, no, because I wasn't in the state public liaison unit.
So it's the state public liaison unit who updates the major fire update. And they get a notification when there's been a change?
Yes.
Have you previously acted as a state public liaison officer?
After this event, yes.
And in your role, what is the time frame between information being uploaded onto ICON in relation to an update for a fire and a major fire update being prepared?
Again, in a perfect world, almost within a minute, potentially. On this occasion, with I think there was 17 concurrent emergency warning fires that day. It could have been a few minutes or even longer.
How many people are in the team at state operations that are involved in uploading this information online?
There is typically one person that is assigned specifically to update the major fire updates in that season.
And how big is the team as a whole that works under the state liaison officer?
Approximately 10 people.
And one person is designated to updating information on the app?
Yes, but as situation changes, there may be 2 people if there's multiple fires needing regular updates.
Certainly. Did you have any indication in your conversations with the State Public Liaison Officer on the 8th of November how many people were working, updating the information online?
Not in that phone call. I could see through the intel log that there was more than one person completing major fire updates, but no, to answer your question, not in that phone call.
Thank you. Now, it wasn't until 5:08 p.m. that a major fire update was issued elevating to emergency warning. So that's some 23 minutes after you and the incident controller upgraded the level. Do you know why there would be that delay?
No, I don't.
Just bear with me for a moment. I may have no further questions, but just clarifying. So, Ms. Burford, I'm going to ask you a couple of hypotheticals now. If there was a fire progression map that had been prepared on the 7th of November, prediction map on the 7th of November that would show Waitalaba potentially being impacted on the 8th of November, what would you have done?
More than likely sent a community field liaison team in on the 7th or as soon as possible to door knock that town with resources, whatever are available, for example, a community newsletter, any sort of information that we can give them. But given what I knew about the telecommunications issues we had with that community, as I said, that's why hypothetically face-to-face would have been the best option.
And how is a community newsletter usually sent?
In person with a team like that.
And having regard to your experiences on the 8th of November, is there anything that you think could be improved in terms of, I'm not saying your performance, but the response to the Kangaroo fire in respect of warnings and communications as a whole?
I think one limitation is the physical form in which messages are passed to functional heads within the IMT. Being a piece of paper, it's relying on humans giving and receiving that piece of paper to ensure that it is actioned.
Would it assist you to, say, be able to hear the content of calls that are provided so you can get a sense of, A, precisely what's been said, and B, the sense of urgency in the person's voice?
Yes, definitely. In saying that, again, on a normal day, as a public liaison officer, I definitely would be listening. But given the sheer scale of what was going on that day, it was near impossible to listen to radio calls as well as juggle the messaging for 11 fires at emergency warning.
Certainly. And say that's for radio, but say about telephone calls. Do you, is there any option of listening into telephone calls?
Not that I'm aware of.
And finally, Do you know why no fire prediction map was prepared on the 7th of November, given the weather forecast for the 8th?
No, I don't.
I have no further questions.
Maybe a question from Mr. Reid.
Thank you, Aaron. Just a few. Ms. Burford, just dealing with something you just were asked about in terms of whether it would assist you to listen to phone calls or radio transmissions, and your answer suggested that might have been difficult to do on the 8th of November because of the other work you needed to do. Can you just give her on a sense of what was involved in preparing the 11 emergency warnings for the various fires?
So, as I said, we were as prepared as we could have been, so it was predicted to be a tough day. I spent a significant portion of that day, as I said, going between my desk and the incident controller's room, just reacting to incoming intel from the field that yet another fire had taken a turn for the worse and was likely to or impacting on a community. So it was, as I said, reacting to those and taking content from public liaison plans, if I had it, or developing it quickly on the spot to produce the intel the incident controller needed to make those calls to get an emergency alert out as quickly as we could. So it was pretty much back and forth for the most part of that day. And then in relation to Waitalaba in particular, thereafter it was also taking and making a number of phone calls through those message forms that I referenced before to community members or concerned family members to try and ascertain where people were or what was actually happening. So it was hard to maintain overall situational awareness when it was a constant sort of push and pull between, I guess, the lot of us to try and answer all those questions and get the information out that we could as soon as we possibly could.
Have you had any experience in any other IMTs you've been involved with of having to issue this many emergency alerts in a single day?
Never.
Do you happen to know what your maximum would have been in any other day?
Hopefully one. Hopefully none, I should say. Yeah, nothing like that ever.
Now, you gave some evidence about a fire prediction map that you received on the 1st of November. Do you know when that was prepared?
I believe on the 1st.
Okay. And so that was a fire prediction map specifically for the Kangaroo fire?
Yes.
And can you just explain what it was attempting to map?
Potential fire prediction given the predicted weather forecast based on zero fire suppression.
So that's essentially an uncontrolled fire. Is it assuming it breaks out on the 1st of November? If that's when it's prepared?
Yes, if it has an active fire edge and then continues to progress, yes.
Okay. And so I think you gave some evidence about that prediction map showed that, according to that map, by the 8th of November, the fire might still be some distance to the south of Waitalaba. Is that right?
It showed up until the 9th of November that it would still be at least a kilometre from Waitalaba without any suppression.
Okay. And do you recall, was that effectively predicting a continuous spread between the 1st and the 8th?
Yes.
And so that would have been based on the expectation of conditions that existed back on the 1st of November?
From what I understand, yes.
Thank you. Just excuse me for a moment. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Ms. Burford. You're excused.
That concludes today's hearing. On Friday, there are 3 witnesses. The first witness is Superintendent Mark Williams at 10 a.m.
Thank you. We'll adjourn till Friday, 10 a.m.